What people are saying about Decoding Jung's Metaphysics. What I appreciate most about Bernardo Kastrup's approach is his recognition that the tools of philosophy can help us approach the depth, the gift of analytic psychology, and appreciate its contributions. Kastrup's decoding of Jung's profound insights adds another layer to our understanding. Rather than see, post-Kant, metaphysics as wistful speculation, one sees that the metaphysics engagement has moved within, where it always was. James Hollis, Ph.D., Jungian analyst and best-selling author Bernardo Kastrup's rigorous analysis and penetrating insights are paving the way for an important, and truly massive, shift in our understanding of the relationship between consciousness and what we think of as the physical world. His approach is both subtle and wise. His persistent scholarship in this area makes evident points of metaphysical clarification that even Jung, himself, was hesitant to explicate. Jeffrey Mishlove, Ph.D., psychologist and host of Thinking Aloud. Decoding Jung's Metaphysics. The archetypal semantics of an experiential universe. Decoding Jung's Metaphysics. List of acronyms. Jung's works are referred to as follows. A. Jung, C.G., 1979. Ion, 2 ed., Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. A. Jung, C.G., Pauli, W., Authors, and Meyer, C.A. Editor, 2001. Atom and Archetype, The Pauli/Jung Letters 1932-1958. London, UK, Routledge. ACU, Jung, C.G., 1991. The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious. London, UK, Routledge. A.J., Jung, C.G., 2002. Answer to Job. London, UK, Routledge. D. Jung, C.G., 2001. Dreams. London, UK, Routledge. F.S. Jung, C.G., 1978. Flying Saucers, A Modern Myth of Things Seen in the Skies. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. J.W.L. Jung, C.G., White, V. Authors, Lammers, A.C., and Cunningham, A. Editors, 2007. The Jung-White Letters. London, UK, Routledge. L. Jung, C.G., Author, Adler, G., and Jaffe, A. Editors, 1975. C.G. Jung Letters. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. MDR, Jung, C.G., Author, and Jaffe, A. Editor, 1995. Memories, Dreams, Reflections. London, UK, Fontana Press. N.D. MMSS, Jung, C.G., 2001. Modern Man in Search of a Soul. London, UK, Routledge. ONP, Jung, C.G., 2001. On the Nature of the Psyche. London, UK, Routledge. P.A., Jung, C.G., 1980. Psychology and Alchemy, 2 edition. London, UK, Routledge. P.R., Jung, C.G., 1977. Psychology and Religion. New Haven, C.T., Yale University Press. R.B., Jung, C.G., Author, and Shamdasani, S., Editor, 2009. The Red Book, Liber Novus. London, UK, W. W. Norton and Company. S. Jung, C.G., 1985. Synchronicity, an acausal connecting principle. London, UK, Routledge. U.S., Jung, C.G., 2002. The Undiscovered Self. London, UK, Routledge. N.D. Conforming to the divine will I live for mankind, not only for myself and whoever understands this message contained in and conveyed by my writing will also live for me. Carl Gustav Jung. Foreword by Jeffrey Mishlove. I have had the privilege of spending satisfying hours with Benardo Kastrup exploring both his penetrating metaphysical philosophy as well as his deep dives into realms of active imagination and mythos. This was accomplished at a distance of thousands of miles, recorded on video, for the New Thinking Aloud YouTube channel. So, although we have never met face to face, I believe I am somewhat justified in feeling that I have been inside of Benardo's mind. I suspect that many viewers and readers worldwide also share this feeling. Benardo brings his rigorous background as a computer scientist to his analysis of consciousness and reality. He achieved a measure of renown by publishing articles advocating idealist metaphysics on the Scientific American website. Then, after having published 7 books for the educated public explicating the fine details of his thinking, he determined to test his ideas in the mill of academia by earning a second doctoral degree, this time in philosophy. I believe that Benardo's vital drive, his entelechy or purpose, is to engage with the ultimate questions in philosophy and psychology using the finely honed tools of logic. In so doing, he is also well aware of the limits of such logic, especially when turning inward to examine his own psychic depths. This book, Decoding Jung's Metaphysics, is in part, I believe, Benardo's admirable effort to reconcile logic with that which is beyond all logic. As a parapsychologist, my own interest in metaphysics and the philosophy of mind has been stimulated by empirical data gathered by skilled researchers starting in 1882 when the Society for Psychical Research was first formed in England. Many distinguished scientists and philosophers have been associated with this research endeavor, including such well-known figures as William James, Sir Oliver Lodge, Sir William Crookes, Nobel laureate Charles Richet, and philosopher Henri Bergson. The discipline of psychical research initially developed using the methodologies of field research and case studies. A significant focus of these studies was the claim of human survival of bodily death, brought to the forefront of public attention because of a massive global interest in the phenomena associated with 19th-century spiritualism. In the 20th century, as psychical researchers began paying more attention to the advances in experimental science and statistics, both the nomenclature and the thinking began to change. Joseph Banks Rhine, working in the psychology department at Duke University in the 1930s, popularized the term extrasensory perception, more commonly known as ESP. Rhine and his colleagues also designated the term psi as a generic word covering all of the various manifestations, i.e., telepathy, clairvoyance, precognition, and psychokinesis, studied by the discipline for which they chose the label parapsychology. The important questions concerning human post-mortem survival did not go away. However, J.B. Rhine, himself, was disillusioned with seances and the spiritualist mentality. Furthermore, it seemed as if all of the best evidence in support of the survival hypothesis could be explained more parsimoniously as living agent psi. The Journal of Parapsychology was founded in 1937 and has been published continuously since then. In 1957, the Parapsychological Association was founded and, in 1969, that association formally became an affiliate of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, by virtue of a vote by the Governing Council of the AAAS. Carl Jung, himself, had an abiding interest in parapsychological phenomena. Jung's doctoral dissertation, published in 1903, was titled On the Psychology and Pathology of So-Called Occult Phenomena. He corresponded with J.B. Rhine and, in his classic essay on synchronicity, he repeatedly referred to Rhine's parapsychology experiments and how important they were. In fact, in a private communication to Rhine, on September 3, 1951, Jung confessed that his essay on synchronicity, presented to the Eranos Foundation that year, was largely based on your ESP experiment. For his part, Rhine was hesitant to embrace an acausal model of psi. Research, such as the sheep-goat effect in parapsychology, suggested that psi operated in a manner consistent with known psychological variables, in particular it was influenced by belief systems. Nevertheless, some parapsychologists had more than a passing interest in Jung's hypothesis. In spite of the fact that hundreds of well-conducted empirical experiments had demonstrated the Existence of Psyche, the Rhinean model of extrasensory perception encountered serious difficulties. No biological organ appeared to be associated with extrasensory perception. Nor has anyone discovered a channel of information transmission that could account for the many highly accurate and detailed accounts produced in clairvoyant research. Some parapsychologists, such as John Palmer in his 1979 presidential address to the Parapsychological Association, have seriously proposed that the Jungian model of synchronicity may be a better fit for the data than the Rhinean notion of extrasensory perception. J.B. Rhine, himself, understood this dilemma. In 1965, when he left his position at Duke University, Rhine founded a new organization in Durham, North Carolina, that he called the Foundation for Research on the Nature of Man. That organization is currently known as the Rhine Research Center. I understand that he chose this name because he realized that the data he and his colleagues had been collecting for decades could not be adequately explained from within the prevalent materialistic paradigm. The phrase, research on the nature of man, was meant to imply that empirical studies of parapsychology pointed to something about human nature that was essentially different than the common scientific supposition. Of course, it is no secret that, in spite of its many contributions to human understanding, parapsychology remains a fringe science. I know this in my bones, having earned a unique, interdisciplinary doctoral diploma from the University of California, Berkeley, 1980, that actually states my field of study as parapsychology. To my knowledge, no other accredited university in the world has ever issued such a diploma either before or since. I do not wish to make too much of my lonely distinction. After all, there are about 400 members of the Parapsychological Association today. Many of them have earned doctoral degrees in psychology or philosophy for dissertations on parapsychological topics. Yet almost all of these individuals have shared personal stories regarding prejudicial treatment they have received because of their interest in the paranormal. For example, one such individual, a Nobel laureate physicist, was disinvited from a professional conference in physics due to this interest. Carl Jung, however, did not share such a prejudice. In an invited address to the Society for Psychical Research in 1919, he uttered the following memorable words: "I shall not commit the fashionable stupidity of regarding everything that I cannot explain as a fraud." Unfortunately, from my perspective, many of those who call themselves Jungians do not share Jung's courageous attitude. I have spoken to prominent Jungians who maintain that synchronicity is quite distinct from parapsychological phenomena. The situation is far worse, however, in academia. Topics such as metaphysical idealism and panpsychism are, commendably, gaining ground within professional philosophy. The study of consciousness itself is becoming ever more respectable within departments of psychology. Nevertheless, there is still an unmistakable tendency for scholars in these areas to act as if 140 years of empirical investigations in psychical research and parapsychology did not even exist. It is worth mentioning, however, that there is now a notable exception to this blackout of knowledge. In August of 2018, the flagship journal of the American Psychological Association, The American Psychologist, published an article by Etzel Kardina, a professor of psychology at Lund University, Sweden, titled The Experimental Evidence for Parapsychological Phenomena, a Review. This article summarized several meta-analyses covering over 1,400 parapsychological experiments and concluded that, at its best, Psy research exhibits methodological excellence and promising results. The Kardina article accentuates what I have believed throughout my professional career, that the time is long overdue for the empirical data of parapsychology and its implications to be integrated into the mainstream canon of academic and philosophical knowledge. Although Benardo Kastrup does not address this issue directly in this book, his rigorous analysis and penetrating insights are paving the way for an important and truly massive shift in our understanding of the relationship between consciousness and what we think of as the physical world. His approach is both subtle and wise. His persistent scholarship in this area makes evident points of metaphysical clarification that even Jung, himself, was hesitant to explicate. Jeffrey Mishlove, Ph.D. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 1. Prelude. Call it not vain, that lofty thought which peoples heaven with visioned lore, so that each star of light is fraught with some fair chronicle of yore. Call it not vain, though earthly vision may not peruse that page Elysian, but strive to read it in vain. Mind will the links of form supply, of forms that never more may die, to mind they are all plain. Leopold J. Bernays, from the poem The Constellations, published in the appendix of his translation of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's Faust, 1839, born on the margins of Lake Constance, in Keswil, Switzerland, in the summer of 1875, Carl Gustav Jung was one of the most important figures of early modern psychology. Together with Sigmund Freud, he pioneered the systematic exploration of the depths of the human psyche beyond the threshold of direct introspection, a mysterious realm he and Freud called the unconscious. Both men discerned tremendous significance in aspects of our inner lives that had hitherto been neglected by science, particularly dreams. However, unlike Freud, who thought of the unconscious as merely a passive repository of forgotten or repressed contents of consciousness, for Jung the unconscious was an active, creative matrix with a psychic life, will and language of its own, often at odds with our conscious dispositions. It is this aspect of his thinking that led Jung down avenues of empirical investigation and speculation rich with metaphysical significance. This little book is about those extraordinary speculations and their philosophical implications. As we shall soon find out, for Jung life and world are something very different from what our present mainstream metaphysics, materialism, posits. The conclusions of his lifelong studies point to the continuation of psychic life beyond bodily death, a much more intimate and direct relationship between matter and psyche than most would dare imagine today, and a living universe pregnant with symbolic meaning. For him life is, quite literally, a kind of dream, and interpretable as such. Jung was many things: psychiatrist, psychologist, historian, classicist, mythologist, painter, sculptor, and even, as some would argue with good reasons, a mystic, cf. e.g. Kingsley 2018. But he expressly avoided identifying himself as a philosopher, lest such a label detract from the image of empirical scientist that he wanted to project. Nonetheless, much of what Jung had to say about the psyche has unavoidable and rather remarkable philosophical implications, not only concerning the mind-body problem, but also the very nature of reality itself. Moreover, when he was being less guarded, which was often, Jung made overt philosophical statements. For these reasons, as I hope to make clear in this book, Jung ultimately proved to be a philosopher, even a very good one. In the pages that follow, I shall first attempt to tease out the most important metaphysical implications of Jung's ideas on the nature and behavior of the psyche. Second, I shall try to relate Jung's many overt metaphysical contentions to those implications. Third, based on the previous 2 points, I shall try to reconstruct what I believe to have been Jung's implicit metaphysical system, demonstrating its internal consistency, as well as its epistemic and empirical adequacy. I shall argue that Jung was a metaphysical idealist in the tradition of German idealism, his system being particularly consistent with that of Arthur Schopenhauer and my own. The consistency between Jung's metaphysics and my own is no coincidence. Unlike Schopenhauer, whose work I've discovered only after having developed my system in 7 different books, Jung has been a very early influencer of my thought. I first came across his work still in my early teens, during a family holiday in the mountains. Exploring on my own the village where we were staying, I chanced upon a small bookshop. There, displayed very prominently, was an intriguing book titled I Ching, edited and translated by Richard Wilhelm, with a foreword by one Carl Gustav Jung. Jung's introduction to the book revealed the internal logic and root of plausibility of what I would otherwise have regarded as just a silly oracle. He had opened some kind of door in my mind. Little did I know, then, how far that door would eventually take me. Jung's hand in my work can probably be discerned in many more passages than I myself am aware of, for I have internalized his thought so deeply over the years that I don't doubt I sometimes conflate his ideas with mine. Moreover, Jung's image has been a perennial presence in both my intellectual and emotional inner lives. In moments of stress, anxiety, or hopelessness, I often visualize myself in conversation with him. He would have called it active imagination, so as to envision what he would have had to say about my situation. This level of intimacy hopefully helps me represent Jung's thought accurately and fairly in this volume. The reader should have no doubt that doing so is of utmost importance to me. Naturally, it is also conceivable that the same intimacy could hamper my objectivity, leading me, surreptitiously and unintentionally, to pass an idiosyncratic amalgamation of his views and mine for his metaphysics. To guard against this risk, I've reread, for the third or fourth time in my life, all of Jung's relevant works in preparation for writing this volume. I have also reproduced relevant excerpts of Jung's writings to substantiate my case, only making assertions I could trace back to multiple passages in their corresponding context. This, I hope, ensures the objectivity and accuracy of my interpretations. Jung has written over 20 thick volumes of material over his long and productive life. Much of it is limited to clinical psychology or mythology, and has little metaphysical significance. The material that does have metaphysical relevance, however, is still quite extensive. So whenever Jung's views changed, substantially or simply in terms of nuances, over the years, I have prioritized his later writing. In addition, Jung's metaphysical views seem to have congealed only towards the end of his professional life, which renders his earlier writings less relevant. For these two reasons, my argument is based mostly on works he wrote from the 1940s onwards, with two exceptions: the edited transcripts of his Terry lectures, held at Yale University in 1937 to 1938, PR, and a collection of essays published in 1933, MMSS. Both provide tantalizing early insights into Jung's growing confidence regarding his metaphysical views. It is important to notice that, regardless of the period in which it was written, Jung's discourse on metaphysics and related topics comes nowhere near the level of conceptual clarity, consistency, and precision that today's analytic philosophers demand. Jung was an extremely intuitive thinker who favored analogies, similes, and metaphors over direct and unambiguous exposition, appearing to frequently contradict himself. This happened because he didn't use linear argument structures, but instead circumambulated, a handy Jungian term meaning to walk round about, the topic in question in an effort to convey the full gamut of his intuitions about it. Indeed, he didn't arrive at his views purely through steps of reasoning to begin with, but largely through visionary experience, cf. MDR, 217 and 225, RB. It is thus only natural that he should express these views in an intuitive, analogical manner. In this context, Jung's many seeming contradictions reflect attempts to explore a theme from several different perspectives and reference points. For instance, if he claims that the psyche is material, just to turn around and say that it is spiritual, he means that there is a sense in which the psyche is analogous to what we call matter, and another sense in which it is analogous to what we call spirit, each sense anchored in its own implicit reference point. It is these radical and sudden flips of perspective, confusing and aggravating for an analytic disposition, as they are, that help Jung delineate and express his views in a way that appeals to more than just reason. Before closing this brief introduction, a few notes on terminology are required. Throughout this book, unless otherwise stated, I try to stick to the same terms and denotations that Jung himself used, even though his terminology is now largely outdated. I've done so to maintain consistency with his corpus. For instance, Jung defines consciousness as something considerably more specific than what philosophers today refer to as phenomenal consciousness, or simply consciousness. This, in fact, has been the source of endless misunderstandings of Jung's work. So, unless I explicitly write phenomenal consciousness, I use the terms consciousness and conscious according to Jung's own restrictive definition. Some of the other terms I use have both colloquial and technical philosophical meanings, which unfortunately differ. I try to consistently use those terms in their technical sense. By the term metaphysics, for instance, I don't mean supernatural entities or paranormal phenomena, but the essence of being of things, creatures, and phenomena. As such, a metaphysics of nature entails a certain view about what nature is in and of itself, as opposed to how it behaves, which is the subject of science, or how it appears to observation, which is a subject of cognitive psychology and phenomenology. But fear not, knowing as I do that much of the readership of this volume will be composed of psychologists, therapists, and people generally interested in metaphysics, as opposed to professional philosophers alone, I've striven to keep the jargon to a bare minimum. I also either explicitly define technical terms on first usage or use them in a way that makes their intended meaning clear and unambiguous from the context. This is only one of many stylistic choices I've made to ensure that this little volume is not only readable, but also clear, compelling, and enjoyable to a general readership. I hope you find inspiration in it to, someday, delve more deeply into Jung's extraordinary legacy. Chapter 2. Psyche. There are 3 heavens. These follow in sequence and are interdependent. The deeper levels of the human mind and disposition are in a similar pattern as well. We have a central, intermediate, and outmost nature. This is because when humanity was created, the whole divine design was gathered into it, to the point that as to structure, the human being is the divine design, and is therefore a heaven in miniature. For the same reason we are in touch with heaven as to our inner natures. The outside and the inside in the heavens, or in each particular heaven, are like our own volitional side and its cognitive aspect. The volitional is like a flame, and the cognitive like the light that it sheds. We may therefore conclude that the state of our inner natures is what constitutes heaven, and that heaven is within each of us, not outside us. Emanuel Swedenborg, in Heaven and Hell, 1758, the foundational concept underlying all of Jung's work, and all of psychology, for that matter, is that of psyche. The term is derived from the Greek psyche, soul, and refers to the human mind in the most general and comprehensive sense. Indeed, whereas the word mind is often used, even by Jung himself, in the restrictive sense of intellect or rational thought, psyche has a broader denotation, encompassing not only thought but also intuition, imagination, feeling, emotion, etc. The precise meaning Jung attributes to the term psyche is of utmost importance for interpreting his metaphysics. The reason is that, for Jung and all depth psychologists, the psyche encompasses not only conscious processes, but also unconscious ones. The psychic status of the latter must then be explicated and justified, for whereas nobody questions the psychic nature of conscious processes, it is not immediately clear what characterizes an unconscious process as psychic. One could argue, for instance, that unconscious processes are merely physiological and, as such, of the same material, as opposed to psychic nature as liver and kidney function. Jung starts his discussion about the nature of the psyche by first acknowledging that some processes on the boundary between the merely organic and the properly psychic, such as instincts, correlate with physiology. This gives him a lever to begin defining what it means for a process to be psychic. The psychic is an emancipation of function from its instinctual form. The psychic condition or quality begins where the function loses its outer and inner determinism, and begins to show itself accessible to a will motivated from other sources. ONP 108. Psychic processes, therefore, are those amenable, at least to some extent, to deliberate volition, as opposed to being entirely determined by instinctual urges grounded in physiology. For instance, whereas a lower animal might compulsively eat all it can because of its physiology-mediated instinctual urge to do so, humans can deliberately choose to eat less than they actually feel like because of some longer-term motivation, such as reducing weight. This deliberate choice, made not only independently from, but even in direct opposition to, instincts, reflects a proper psychic process. Jung then extends this notion towards the polar opposite of instinct. With increasing freedom from sheer instinct, the psyche will ultimately reach a point at which the intrinsic energy of the function ceases altogether to be oriented by instinct in the original sense and attains a so-called spiritual form. ONP 109. This spiritual form is a functional complex which originally, on the primitive level, was felt as an invisible, breath-like presence. Spirit makes man creative, always spurring him on, takes possession of him, binds his freedom. ACU 210-213, emphasis added, people who sublimate their instinctual urges in a life of self-abnegation, oriented towards altruistic purposes, embody such spiritual form. When this happens, Jung argues that deliberate volition relinquishes control to impersonal forces that transcend egotistic interests. This is why spirit, the drive to serve something bigger than oneself, is the opposite of instinct, the drive to act towards of one's own survival. Qualitatively, what characterizes the dynamisms of spirit is that, contrary to instinct, they often contain a superior analysis, or insight, or knowledge which consciousness has not been able to produce. We have a suitable word for such occurrences: intuition. PR 49, emphasis added. Because primitive mentality finds it quite natural to personify the invisible presence, ACU 210, of spirit, Jung sometimes alludes to these spiritual dispositions as demons, autonomous complexes or agencies with a resolve of their own, which we do not identify with, capable of subjugating psychic life to their own agenda, and superior insight, cf. e.g. MDR 380. He highlights the autonomous nature of these complexes in passages such as this. It is just as if the complex were an autonomous being capable of interfering with the intentions of the ego, i.e. the part of the psyche we identify with and deliberately control. Complexes indeed behave like secondary or partial personalities in possession of a mental life of their own. PR 14, emphasis added. When these autonomous complexes grow out of the unconscious mind and invade consciousness with their weird and unassailable convictions and impulses, PR 14, one becomes possessed by a daemon, so to speak, superscript 1 turning into a helpless victim, PR 14. The altruistic lives of saints, for instance, exemplify the subjugation of our personal volition to the impersonal, superior, spiritual agenda of demons. The picture we are then left with is of a psyche sandwiched between instinct on the lower end and spirit on the higher. On the lower end, deliberate personal volition cedes control to the automatism of compulsive drives, whereas on the higher end it is subjugated to the impersonal agenda of demons. This equates the psyche proper with processes under the control of deliberate personal volition, cf. ONP 110. The problem is that defining the psyche in this manner doesn't solve the issue it was meant to address to begin with. Insofar as we can't imagine an unconscious, but still deliberate choice, we also cannot conceive of a psychic process that lacks consciousness. So the psyche remains identical with consciousness, as Jung explicitly acknowledges, cf. ONP 111, and the psychic status of unconscious processes remains unaccounted for. To solve this impasse, Jung resorts, at least when he is paying attention and striving for some level of conceptual consistency, to the qualifier proper. What I would call the psyche proper extends to all functions which can be brought under the influence of a will, ONP 110, emphasis added. This way, insofar as our will influences, e.g. our thoughts and imagination, these thoughts and imagination fall within the psychic sphere proper. The unqualified term psyche, on the other hand, is used less restrictively by Jung. Both the spheres of instinct and spirit can be considered psychic in a looser, more general sense. Which, of course, immediately raises the following questions. In what sense are instinct and spirit still psychic, given that they transcend deliberate personal volition? What does the qualifier psychic refer to in such cases? I shall shortly address these questions, but, for now, please bear with me a little longer. Because the psyche proper is characterized by deliberate choice, it must entail a choosing subject capable of deliberation. In Jung's words, when it comes to considered choice and decision, which are peculiar to the will, one cannot very well get round the need for a controlling subject, ONP 98. Therefore, the psyche proper is the subjective psyche, whereas the instinctual and spiritual domains are encompassed in what Jung interchangeably calls the objective psyche, or the unconscious. The qualifier objective is meant to highlight that processes in that part of the psyche, A, escape the control of our deliberate volition and B, are common to multiple individuals, like shared instincts, cf. e.g. PR 3-4, they are seemingly autonomous, animated by their own impetus, unfolding on their own accord whether we like it or not, and seem to be separate from us. Superscript 2. The term unconscious, in turn, is meant to highlight that at least some of the defining properties Jung attributes to conscious contents, such as being accessible through introspection, as I shall soon discuss, are not present in the so-called unconscious. Although the objective processes in the unconscious escape our introspective awareness and volitional control, we can still experience their effects on the subjective psyche, such as dreams, mystical visions, spiritual callings, sexual libido, etc. We cannot control these visions, callings, and impulses, but we surely experience them from the position of witness or, on a more negative note, victim, cf. EGPR 4 and 14. The objective, autonomous activity of the unconscious impinges on our subjective field of awareness, leaving a recognizable imprint on it. This is analogous to how physical processes in the outside world impinge and leave recognizable imprints on our sense organs. Superscript 3. As we've seen above, for Jung the psyche proper is identical with consciousness, cf. ONP 111. So we need to understand what exactly he means by consciousness, if we are to grasp the nature of the psyche. In modern philosophy of mind, the term consciousness is usually understood in terms of what Ned Block, 1995, called phenomenal consciousness. Phenomenally conscious states are experiential in nature, i.e., states in which there is something it feels like to be. For instance, there is something it feels like to have a bellyache, to see the redness of an apple, to fall in love, to smell coffee, etc. Therefore, all these states are phenomenally conscious. As such, phenomenal consciousness, or more simply, phenomenality, entails qualities of experience, which may be perceptual, such as color, flavor, aroma, etc., or endogenous, such as fear, love, desire, disappointment, etc. However, Jung defines consciousness in a much more specific and restrictive manner. For him, consciousness is a relatively small subset of phenomenality, defined on the basis of three key properties. The first we have already encountered when discussing the psyche proper: only mental states under the control of deliberate personal volition are conscious. But then Jung adds, because of its empirical freedom of choice, the will needs a superordinate authority, something like a consciousness of itself. Volition presupposes a choosing subject who envisages different possibilities. ONP 110, emphasis added. This is an allusion to what modern psychology calls metaconsciousness, Schooler 2002, or self-reflection. The superordinate authority is a metacognitive experiential process that inspects, interprets, and evaluates other, lower-level experiences corresponding to the different possibilities in question. In order to make a considered choice of one of these possibilities, the metacognitive process must re-represent the respective lower-level contents of experience. Jonathan Schooler explains, periodically attention is directed towards explicitly assessing the contents of experience. The resulting meta-consciousness involves an explicit re-representation of phenomenal consciousness in which one interprets, describes, or otherwise characterizes the state of one's mind. Schooler 2002, 339-340, emphasis added, by re-representing its own experiential contents, each re-representation constituting a reflection of an experiential content at a higher level of cognition, the superordinate authority achieves a kind of consciousness of itself, as claimed by Jung. Jung seems to have searched for better ways to make this point throughout his career. Earlier writings show his struggle to convey his intuition clearly. For instance, in the passage quoted below, he appeals to intensity, concentration, and attention, just as Schooler does in the quote above, to allude rather cumbersomely to self-reflection. While consciousness is intensive and concentrated, it is transient, and is directed upon the immediate field of attention. Matters stand very differently with the unconscious. It is not concentrated and intensive, but shades into obscurity. MMSS 190, emphasis added. Be that as it may, the point is that consciousness entails a re-representation of psychic contents within the field of the subject's attention. Here is a simple example to illustrate all this. Suppose that someone asks you whether you feel pain in your belly. The question prompts you to introspect and evaluate your subjective field of bodily sensations by scanning it with your attention. In order for you to report that you do feel the pain, two conditions must be satisfied. First, you need to be experiencing the pain. Second, you need to know that you are experiencing pain. This second condition, the knowledge of an experience, is the re-representation, a metacognitive reflection of a lower-level experiential content. Failing either condition, you cannot report the pain, not even to yourself. Notice that the second condition is neither entailed nor implied by the first. Instead, it requires an extra experiential process in addition to the original experience. If you have the pain, but don't become self-reflectively aware of it, by e.g. simply not paying attention to it, you won't know that you have it. For all practical purposes, everything will unfold as if you didn't have the pain. Another example, although you always experience your breathing, the air flowing in and out of your nostrils, the movements of your diaphragm, the inflation and deflation of your lungs, only occasionally, such as right now, because I am bringing your attention to it, do you re-represent this experience and know that you have it. This ordinary and ubiquitous situation shows how easy it is for us to have experiences that we aren't self-reflectively aware of. And although it is simple for us to refocus our attention and represent the experience of breathing upon being prompted, other types of experience aren't re-representable even upon prompting. Cf. e.g. Tsuchiya et al. 2015. Therefore, re-representation or reflection is the mechanism by means of which consciousness amplifies or increases the intensity, concentration, or clarity, better yet, lucidity, of some psychic contents. In Jung's words, it is in the nature of the conscious mind to concentrate on relatively few contents and to raise them to the highest pitch of clarity. ACU 162, emphasis added. Not only is this what sets humans apart from the rest of nature, it is also what confers, in some important sense, reality to nature itself, for without conscious reflection, the world would not be. MDR 371, emphasis added. In a clinical context, psychologists in Jung's time could not differentiate between the absence of an experience and the absence of the mere re-representation of the experience. In both cases, patients would not report the experience, not even to themselves. Only since recently, thanks to advances in neuroimaging and the development of so-called no-report paradigms, Tsuchiya et al. 2015, Vandenbrouck et al. 2014, can neuroscientists tell the difference. Therefore, it is perfectly understandable that Jung considers metacognition a necessary attribute of consciousness. After all he had to go with were the introspective reports of his patients. Finally, Jung adds a third defining property of consciousness. While discussing the progressive development of awareness in children, he says, when the child recognizes someone or something, when he knows a person or a thing, then we feel that the child has consciousness. But what is recognition or knowledge in this sense? We speak of knowing something when we succeed in linking a new perception to an already established context. Knowing is based, therefore, upon a conscious connection between psychic contents. MMSS 100, emphasis added, ignoring the circular manner in which Jung seems to define consciousness in this passage, the key point is this: there cannot be consciousness without firmly knit, ONP 118, webs of cognitive associations. A child recognizes e.g. their mother, because there are multiple cognitive associations linking mother with other experiential contents, such as being cared for, mother is a caretaker, home where I live, which is where mother also lives, father, man who is married to mother, car, mother drives child to school. Garden, mother likes to spend time there, safety, mother makes child feel safe, etc. For Jung, without these firmly knit webs of associations there isn't really consciousness, for the latter entails the ability to place an experience in a broader cognitive context. In summary, according to Jung, consciousness is a subset of what we today call phenomenal consciousness. In addition to being experiential in nature, conscious contents must a. fall under the control of deliberate personal volition, b. be metacognitively re-represented or reflected so as to be introspectively accessible and reportable, and c. be linked within a firmly knit web of cognitive associations. Henceforth, I shall consistently use the term consciousness and the qualifier conscious in the restrictive sense defined by Jung, and phenomenality, or experience, along with the respective qualifiers phenomenal and experiential, when I mean the broader notion of phenomenal consciousness defined by Bloch, 1995. And now we are finally able to return to the questions raised earlier. In what sense are unconscious psychic contents still, psychic? What does the qualifier psychic mean in the absence of consciousness? As discussed earlier, the activity of the unconscious directly impinges on the psyche proper, in the sense that we can introspectively access its effects without mediation by the sense organs. So the unconscious and the psyche proper must, to some degree, overlap or touch each other, which suggests that they are merely different regions of the same psychic ground. In Jung's words, the unconscious has, according to its effects, a psychical nature, JWL 83, i.e., it must have the same essence as that which it directly affects. Moreover, there is also traffic of contents between consciousness and the unconscious. Conscious contents may fall into the unconscious upon being repressed or forgotten, while some unconscious contents may rise to consciousness in the form of erupting memories, insights, feelings, and spontaneous behaviors. Assuming that the respective contents don't magically change their essential nature upon moving across the boundary, this traffic allows us to introspectively assert the psychic nature of former or future unconscious contents. It is such empirically verified, unmediated interactions between consciousness and the unconscious, in the form of traffic and impingement, that motivate Jung to consider the latter an integral part of the psyche. Consciousness and the unconscious must both be psychic. They must have the same metaphysical ground or categorical basis, the difference between them being merely the relative strength of particular properties, namely, self-reflection, volitional control and cognitive association, of the respective contents. Now, we've seen earlier that consciousness is a subset of the psyche's phenomenality. If so, it follows that the unconscious must also be essentially phenomenal, thus consisting of whatever phenomenality is left in the psyche after we've accounted for consciousness. In other words, unconscious contents must be experiences with a relative lack of volitional control, re-representation, and cognitive association. Commerce of contents between the unconscious and consciousness is possible because these properties can strengthen or weaken over time for any given experiential content, i.e., cognitive associations can form and dissolve over time, contents can enter and leave the field of attention. Unconscious contents can directly impinge on consciousness, because even qualitatively different experiences in the same psyche can impinge on one another. Think of the last time your thoughts affected your emotions, or the other way around. The essence of both consciousness and the unconscious is thus experiential, experience being the unifying factor that brings them together as integral parts of the psyche. There is no categorical transition between the two domains. In Jung's implicit metaphysical system, experience is what defines the nature of the psyche as a whole. Therefore, to say that something is psychic means to assert its intrinsically experiential nature, whether it's also conscious or not. The unconscious is psychic because it is experiential. Such conclusion is both suggested and implied in Jung's work in a manner that renders it inevitable. There is just no other coherent way to construe the meaning Jung attributes to the qualifier psychic. He consistently uses the term as an appeal to experience, mentation, such as when he claims that the unconscious is psychical, i.e., a sort of mind, JWL 83, emphasis added. At one point he even explicitly asserts the experiential nature, but lack of re-representation and introspective accessibility, respectively, of the unconscious by saying that it consists of experiences that are either unknown or barely accessible, PA 3, emphasis added, see also P 6. Let us briefly recapitulate the discussion thus far. The psyche is defined by phenomenality. All its contents have an experiential essence or nature. Some of these contents are conscious in that they are controlled by deliberate volition, accessible through self-reflective introspection, and linked in a web of cognitive associations. The remaining contents are unconscious. These unconscious contents are objective in the sense of being autonomous from the point of view of consciousness. The activity of consciousness and the unconscious can impinge on each other. When the unconscious impinges on consciousness, we experience the resulting effects in the form of dreams, visions, and compulsive feelings. Some experiential contents can also move between consciousness and the unconscious, betraying the common metaphysical nature of these two psychic segments. Jung goes out of his way to emphasize that the distinction between consciousness and the unconscious is a relative one. Taking the degree of self-reflection of a psychic content as a guide, he explains that consciousness embraces a whole scale of intensities of consciousness. Between I do this and I am conscious of doing this, there is a world of difference. There is a consciousness in which unconsciousness predominates, as well as a consciousness in which self-consciousness predominates. ONP 115, emphasis added. This unambiguous denial of any discontinuity between consciousness and the unconscious removes any doubt that, for Jung, both segments of the psyche are essentially of the same nature. The difference between them is merely one of degree. In the following passage, for instance, Jung refers to the relatively high degree of, respectively, self-reflection and association found in consciousness as its key differentiating properties. On a somewhat more primitive human level, consciousness ceases to be reflected. Here, as on the infantile level, consciousness is not a unity, being as yet uncentered by a firmly knit ego complex, ONP 117 to 118, emphasis added. By losing some of its associative links and capacity for self-reflection, consciousness starts to become more like the archaic unconscious. The understanding that both consciousness and the unconscious are experiential in nature, the difference between them being merely relative, defined by the respective degrees of volitional control, self-reflection, and cognitive association, is explicitly revealed when Jung talks, for instance, of the conscious part of the experience, PR 48, which implies an experiential unconscious part. Without such understanding, certain passages of Jung's would sound preposterous. For instance, he maintains that never yet has any reasonable person doubted the existence of psychic processes in a dog, although no dog has, to our knowledge, ever expressed consciousness of its psychic contents. ONP 98. Here Jung isn't denying that a dog has phenomenal inner life, much to the contrary, he is stating precisely that no reasonable person would doubt that a dog indeed has inner experiences, i.e. psychic processes. But the dog lacks the depth of self-reflective introspection that allows humans to express consciousness of their experiences. Moreover, when he says that we can observe small children in the process of becoming conscious, MMSS 100, emphasis added, Jung obviously doesn't mean that babies and toddlers are zombies devoid of inner experience, he means solely that deliberate volition, self-reflection and associative links develop over time, in degrees. This is why every parent can see this development if he pays attention, MMSS 100. Finally, when relating a near-death experience he had in 1944, Jung writes, in a state of unconsciousness, I experienced deliriums and visions, MDR 320, emphasis added. Clearly, unconsciousness, in Jung's definition, is not incompatible with experience. This is why he can coherently claim that the dream occurs when consciousness and will are to a great extent extinguished, PR 31, emphasis added, even though dreams obviously are experienced. What characterizes a state as unconscious, be it through syncope or mere sleep, is, in both these cases, a significant reduction in the degree of metaconsciousness. Indeed, modern studies have shown that metaconsciousness is greatly reduced during dreams, cf. Wint and Metzinger 2007. Woven within the firmly knit web of associations that characterizes our ordinary state of consciousness is a narrative of self-identity that Jung calls the ego, a self-told inner story about who or what we are. As such, the ego is both a content of our ordinary consciousness and its center, because we identify with the ego. The other contents of consciousness seem to unfold around the ego just as our world seems to unfold around us, cf. MMSS 101. For these reasons, Jung refers to our ordinary consciousness as ego consciousness. Although some authors claim that ego and consciousness are synonymous in Jungian psychology, I beg to differ. The ego is the center of a particular web of experiential contents, namely, the one that populates our ordinary waking state. But we know that the psyche can seemingly break up into multiple, disjoint, yet internally connected, webs of conscious contents. This phenomenon is called dissociation and, in recent years, its existence has been objectively demonstrated through modern neuroimaging methods, e.g. Schlumpf et al. 2014, Strasburger and Waldvogel 2015. Dissociation can thus create split-off centers of experience inaccessible to ego consciousness because of the absence of adequate associative bridges. Jung was not only aware of it, but also highlighted and elaborated on it rather extensively, cf. e.g. ONP 98 to 104 and 118 to 130. The result is that, unbeknownst to us, i.e., to our ego consciousness, other centers of experience may inhabit our psyche along with us. Each of these hidden centers may entail a deliberating, subjective experience. As such, they may be conscious from their own perspective, their respective experiential contents meeting the criteria for consciousness discussed earlier, although perhaps to a lower degree than ego consciousness. Indeed, in a 1947 letter to Reverend Father Victor White, Jung clarifies that the contents of the unconscious may be in every sense indiscernible from the contents of ego consciousness, except in that the former are not linked to, and thereby accessible from, the ego by appropriate associative bridges. The unconscious is not associated to ego consciousness, which is precisely the reason why it is unconscious. Though it might be conscious to another subject, an alter ego, it is at all events severed from the ego. JWL 83. This is the second sense in which Jung talks of the unconscious as being relative. Some unconscious processes may be unconscious only from the perspective of ego consciousness, in that the ego cannot access them through introspection. But from their own perspective they may be somewhat conscious. To avoid confusion, each time I henceforth refer to the unconscious I shall mean all experiential contents that are unconscious from the perspective of ego consciousness. Jung is quite explicit about all this. He claims that the unconscious may comprise psychic contents experienced by a second consciousness, ONP 116. There may even be multiple ones of such fragmentary hidden subjects, cf. ONP 118 to 130. Jung also acknowledges that assigning a subject to the unconscious effectively means to lodge a consciousness in the unconscious, ONP 98, which he thinks empirical observations force us to do anyway, given the cases of double personality, automatism ambulatoire, dissociative fugue, etc. ONP 113. Because of the potential for secondary, fragmentary centers of consciousness, it is possible that everything goes on functioning in the unconscious state just as though it were conscious, ONP 113. However, while opening the door to these hidden centers, Jung is also quick to note that the unconscious as a whole is not a second personality with organized and centralized functions, but in all probability a decentralized congeries of psychic processes, ACU 278. In other words, the unconscious is not a single firmly knit web of psychic contents, but instead comprises a number of relatively small webs connected, at best, loosely with each other. Therefore, he would hardly venture to assume that there is in the unconscious a ruling principle analogous to the ego, ACU 276. Yet within the decentralized congeries of psychic processes there may be islands of consciousness, cf. e.g. MMSS 100, ONP 118, PR 102, disjoint but internally connected webs of experiential contents with some level of volitional control and re-representation. Jung often refers to these islands as the multiple luminosities of the unconscious, which he defines as conscious-like nuclei of volitional acts, JWL 54. He adds, we would do well to think of ego consciousness as being surrounded by a multitude of little luminosities, ONP 118, emphasis added. This conjecture, as usual with Jung, is motivated by empirical observations, although a second ego cannot be discovered, except in the rare cases of dual personality. The manifestations of the unconscious do at least show traces of personalities. A simple example is the dream, where a number of real or imaginary people represent the dream thoughts. In nearly all the important types of dissociation, the manifestations of the unconscious assume a strikingly personal form. ACU 283, original emphasis. Each of these somewhat personified centers of consciousness remains nonetheless dissociated from ego consciousness, because the latter cannot accept it for lack of understanding, ONP 100. In other words, the psychic contents in these islands of consciousness may be so alien, incongruent, and incommensurable with the culture-bound references, logic, and categories of ego consciousness that they are shut out by the ego. Instead of being integrated into ego consciousness, only their effects on ego consciousness are explicitly cognized. The implications of this view are profound. Jung is basically arguing that, in addition to non-re-represented, autonomous, and cognitively isolated phenomenality, the unconscious may also comprise a veritable population of somewhat conscious agencies distinct from the ego, each with its own experiential contents. And since unconscious activity can impinge on ego consciousness, these agencies can presumably communicate with the ego, as it were, through e.g. dreams and visions. Indeed, in Jung's view, the psyche may be an ecosystem of communicating conscious agencies, in which ego consciousness is merely one of the participants. Chapter 3. Archetypes. He world has been framed in the likeness of that which is apprehended by reason and mind, and is unchangeable, and must therefore of necessity, if this is admitted, be a copy of something. The universe can be thus divided into two classes: one, which we assumed, was a pattern intelligible and always the same, and the second was only the imitation of the pattern, generated and visible. He forms which enter into and go out of nature are the likenesses of real existences modeled after their patterns in wonderful and inexplicable manner. These real existences are self-existent ideas unperceived by sense and apprehended only by the mind. Plato, in Timaeus, circa 360 BCE. As we've seen thus far, for Jung the unconscious comprises a. Relatively autonomous, objective, experiences outside the control of deliberate personal volition, b. Experiences that, relative to consciousness, lack re-representation and, therefore, are at least less easily accessible through self-reflective introspection, c. Experiences that, relative to consciousness, lack cognitive associations and, therefore, can't be placed in as wide a cognitive context, and d. Somewhat conscious experiences belonging to internally connected webs of associations, such webs being, however, dissociated from ego consciousness. Some of these experiences in the unconscious can potentially cross the boundary and enter ego consciousness, whereas others are fundamentally incapable of ever doing so. These latter experiences are what Jung refers to as psychoid, almost psychic or psychic-like contents, as opposed to fully psychic contents, cf. ONP 110 to 111. The reason for this distinction is easy to see. As discussed earlier, Jung has two motivations for considering the unconscious integral to the psyche. One is that unconscious processes can directly impinge on ego consciousness and thereby produce introspectively discernible effects. The other is that at least some unconscious contents can altogether cross into ego consciousness and be directly inspected. However, if other contents of the unconscious can never cross into ego consciousness, we lose the latter motivation and cannot be as confident about their psychic nature. Indeed, it is impossible for ego consciousness to make definitive statements about the nature of contents that it can never inspect directly. In Jung's words, psychic existence can be recognized only by the presence of contents that are capable of consciousness, ACU, for original emphasis. Therefore, Jung prefers the less metaphysically committal term psychoid for experiential contents that never come under the microscope of the ego. These psychoid contents are almost psychic or psychic-like in the sense that they can still impinge on ego consciousness without mediation and produce discernible effects. Beyond that, we cannot be absolutely sure about their essential nature. Nonetheless, the kinship he intuits between these contents and truly psychic contents is so strong that, despite the conceptual inconsistency this leads to, Jung opts to consider the psychoid an integral part of the unconscious. We must also include in the unconscious the psychoid functions that are not capable of consciousness, ONP 113, emphasis added. The inconsistency is clear: contents that ostensibly aren't necessarily psychic, but psychoid instead, are integral to the unconscious. But since the psyche is a conscious-unconscious whole, ONP 131, the unconscious, along with the psychoid, is integral to the psyche. So is the psychoid realm psychic or not? Is it essentially experiential, like the rest of the psyche, or something altogether different, despite its ability to interact directly, i.e. without mediation by the sense organs, with ego consciousness? It is easy to see, when perusing his work, that Jung consistently assumes the psychoid to be experiential, psychic, even though he makes an overt effort, at least when he's being careful, to remain uncommitted and leave the door open to alternatives. He does so simply because he can't defend this position on empirical grounds. Instead, he tries to project metaphysical agnosticism. Nonetheless, insofar as an implicit philosophical system can be attributed to Jung, such system would collapse if the psychoid weren't actually, like the rest of the psyche, just psychic. This will become clear later in this book. Unlike Freud, Jung sees the unconscious as an active and creative agency in its own right, not merely a passive repository of repressed or discarded contents of ego consciousness. As a matter of fact, Jung maintains that consciousness evolved from the unconscious, the latter being older, cf. EGACU 281, ONP 92, MMSS 191, MDR 380 to 381. The idea is that consciousness is merely a later configuration of the unconscious, featuring higher degrees of certain properties. So for Jung, consciousness rests on the unconscious, not the other way around. The latter is the original psyche, the root from which consciousness grew over time as the properties of volitional control, self-reflective introspective access, and cognitive association slowly arose in some originally unconscious contents. This implies, once again, that the unconscious and consciousness have the same essential nature, in the same way that a flower has the same vegetable nature of the plant that produces it. Moreover, throughout life the ego is sustained on this base, MDR 382. The background activity of the unconscious continuously influences and organizes the foreground activity of consciousness. Perhaps even more importantly, Jung posits that the foundations of the unconscious are collective and transpersonal, as opposed to being confined to any individual psyche. As such, the unconscious can be divided into two segments: the personal unconscious, which, like consciousness, is bound to a particular individual, and the collective unconscious. The latter is the foundational segment, older in an evolutionary sense, and shared by all human beings. It is also the psychoid segment of the unconscious, in that its contents can never cross into ego consciousness. The structure and contents of the collective unconscious are a priori. They predate the rise of both consciousness and the personal unconscious, and are independent of conscious experiences. The personal unconscious, on the other hand, corresponds more or less to the Freudian unconscious, consisting of dissociated, repressed, forgotten or otherwise discarded contents that originated in ego consciousness, and which can return to ego consciousness under appropriate conditions, cf. ACU 3-4. The picture we are left with is that of a psyche divided into three layers. The bottom, primordial layer is the collective unconscious, which consists of psychoid contents that can never reach ego consciousness, although they can still impinge on ego consciousness and thereby cause introspectively accessible effects, such as dreams and visions. The middle layer, sandwiched between the other two, is the personal unconscious. The top layer, which we ordinarily identify with, is ego consciousness. Psychic contents can move between the personal unconscious and ego consciousness. The structure of the collective unconscious is defined by what Jung calls the archetypes. These are primordial, a priori templates of psychic activity. To the degree that they escape the full control of deliberate volition, our emotions, beliefs, thoughts and behaviors unfold according to patterns that mirror these inborn archetypal templates. In two particularly eloquent passages, Jung describes the archetypes as unconscious but nonetheless active living dispositions, ideas in the Platonic sense, that preform and continually influence our thoughts and feelings and actions. ACU 79, emphasis added, these ideas in the Platonic sense have effects which have an organizing influence on the contents of consciousness. ONP 165, original emphasis, for instance, the inner life and behavior of a mother towards her child is largely determined by the so-called mother archetype, a mode of being and acting that is inherited by every woman and triggered, or constellated, as Jung prefers to say, by the presence of her child, cf. ACU 81-84. The inner life and behavior of many ambitious business leaders is largely determined by the so-called hero archetype, a template for being and acting that, when constellated by external circumstances, steers and molds their thoughts, beliefs, emotions, and behavior, cf. Campbell 2008. And so on. Each typical, spontaneous pattern of behavior, feeling, thought, and belief in human beings is determined by an archetype. As such, according to Jung, these patterns aren't learned but, instead, inborn. They correspond to the primordial templates of the collective unconscious as they assert themselves by impinging on ego consciousness. The basic idea here is that, insofar as we fail to deliberately assume volitional control of our inner life and behaviors, they tend to unfold along archetypal lines. These lines are innate dispositions of the psyche, which operate and exert their influence from outside ego consciousness. From this background position, they stimulate, steer, and mold our conscious inner life and behaviors whenever they are constellated by the circumstances of the world around us. As our common inheritance, they largely define our humanity. Clearly, the archetypes are intimately related to the instincts, in that they drive, regulate, and modify contents of consciousness, cf. 136. One could say, for instance, that the patterns of being and acting of a mother towards her child are instinctual. As such, what we call instincts can be looked upon as a mode of expression of the archetypes. By the same token, what Jung calls spirit, discussed earlier, is also intimately related to the archetypes. The archetypes have, when they appear, a distinctly numinous character, which can only be described as spiritual. ONP 136. Spirit, therefore, can be regarded as another mode of expression of the archetypes. In Jung's own words, instinct, the biological pattern of behavior, and spirit, the mythological archetype, are modus agendi, ways of acting of the archetypes, JWL 70. It is the tension between the low, egotistic energy of instinct on the one hand, and the high, impersonal energy of spirit on the other that fuels psychic life and creates its dynamisms, cf. 138 to 139. Importantly, remember that Jung acknowledges the possibility that secondary centers of consciousness, to some degree self-reflective and deliberate, but relatively fragmentary, and at any rate dissociated from ego consciousness, populate the unconscious as subliminal agencies with their own resolve. This provides an explanatory basis for the demons, spiritual forces capable of imposing their impersonal agenda on ego consciousness. Demons can reside in the collective unconscious and act according to archetypal patterns, in a sense being personifications of the archetypes. Jung, the archetypes of the collective unconscious, are to be regarded not only as objects of the objective psyche, but as subjects with laws of their own. We have to admit that they possess spontaneity and purposiveness, or a kind of consciousness and free will. AJ 15, emphasis added, precisely for this reason. It not infrequently happens that the archetype appears in the form of a spirit in dreams. Often it drives with unexampled passion and remorseless logic towards its goal, and draws the subject under its spell, ONP 137, emphasis added. This way, the events of our conscious inner life may result not only from psychic dynamisms we consider our own, but also the actions of other agencies in the depths of the collective unconscious. Their activity impinges on our subjective field of experiences, attempting to shape the patterns of our thinking, feeling, believing, and acting according to the archetypal templates they embody. The demons pull ego consciousness along a teleological path oriented towards the future achievement of psychic wholeness, cf. 141. I shall elaborate more on this later. But first, an important distinction needs to be made. The archetypes themselves are purely formal and cannot be apprehended in and of themselves, cf. 146 to 147. They have an organizing influence on the contents of consciousness, but can never themselves be directly accessed. All we can access is their effects on the organization of conscious contents, such as the archetypal patterns discernible in dreams and visions. These are images that result from conscious contents filling in, like dough in a mold, a priori archetypal templates. As such, we only know that the archetypes exist because of the images they imprint on ego consciousness. Jung explains this by comparing an archetype to the axial system of a crystal, which, as it were, preforms the crystalline structure in the mother liquid, although it has no material existence of its own. The archetype in itself is empty and purely formal, ACU 79. As such, insofar as we can know them, the archetypes are defined but abstract, have form but no content, just as the crystal's lattice structure before the crystal actually forms. They are tendencies, dispositions, even probabilities, as Jung posits when attempting to link the archetypes to the non-deterministic behavior of nature at a quantum scale, cf. AA 70, not experiences in and of themselves. Indeed, one could liken the archetypes to the intrinsic natural modes of excitation of a structure. They are the patterns according to which the psyche as a whole, as determined mostly by the structure of the foundational collective unconscious, naturally tends to move, vibrate, behave or express itself, because of what it intrinsically is. This is analogous to how a guitar string naturally tends to vibrate according to a certain note, and not others, given its effective length and elasticity. Just as the notes produced by guitar strings exist only abstractly, in pure potentiality, unless and until the string is actually plucked, the natural, archetypal modes of excitation of the psyche are only discernible in actual experience, not in and of themselves. Like a transparent stencil template, it is only when we fill it in with conscious contents that the pre-existing form of an archetype becomes recognizable. The resulting archetypal image is a symbol that points to the meaning conveyed by the archetype, given the context within which it manifests itself. For instance, if one dreams of being in the arms of a female presence larger than life, a Jungian analyst could interpret it as a manifestation of the mother archetype, which could mean, depending on the concomitant situation in the dreamer's waking life, that the dreamer lacks and misses nurturing links, be it with others, with themselves, or with the earth. This is so because, according to Jung, dreams often have a compensatory function whose purpose is to balance out the various archetypal influences in our lives, cf. EGD 40-41, PA 46. Another example, if an ambitious executive consistently displays compulsive patterns of behavior associated with the achievement of business goals, this could be construed as possession by the hero archetype. Whereas the manifestation of this archetype is important in the transition from childhood to adulthood, wherein one must sever a relationship of dependency towards one's parents and childhood home, its continuing dominance hampers growth. It fixes an adolescent pattern of behavior whereby one forfeits recognition of one's own limits. In the dreams of a male executive overwhelmed by the heroic theme, other complementary archetypes, such as that of the wise old man, cf. A 22, may manifest themselves so as to facilitate psychic balance. The associated dream imagery must then be adequately interpreted so that ego consciousness can heed its message, i.e., the meaning conveyed by the archetype, and recalibrate its attitude in waking life. Each archetype can manifest itself according to a variety of images, feelings, and spontaneous behavioral patterns, all of which symbolize or point to a message. Our deeper dreams, visions, passions, and impulsive actions thus have a meaning and can be interpreted, if only we pay attention to them. Taken together, the archetypal manifestations in our lives, in both dream and waking states, form a symbolic narrative meant to show to ego consciousness what is going on in the unconscious. They illustrate, in symbolic form, the longings, fears, and insights of the unconscious, which remain dissociated from ego consciousness or beyond the reach of self-reflective introspection. Importantly, they also illustrate how the unconscious regards what is going on in ego consciousness, thereby conveying the unconscious's own perspective on life. Archetypal images thus represent an effort by the unconscious to reach out to ego consciousness through impinging on the latter's subjective field. They are attempts at communicating with the ego, so that both segments of the psyche can work together in tandem. In order to more concretely grasp how archetypal manifestations work, and how they can constitute a symbolic message meant for ego consciousness, consider the following interpretation of a deeply archetypal dream. The dreamer in question is my girlfriend and life partner. The dream occurred in the spring of 2015. She describes it thus: I remember being chased by a huge mud monster that came to the shore from the sea. It ate everything in its path, bushes, plants, and would eventually eat all humanity, because it was heading inland. My colleagues and I managed to run and find shelter in some sort of laboratory, where we would be temporarily out of the path of the monster. While in the lab, I was supposed to take a test, as in a school test, but I had to choose the test myself. I assumed that the more exciting and difficult the chosen test was, the higher the grade could be. I found an interesting crossword puzzle with images, but I thought it would be too easy and not the type of test I was expected to choose. At some point, I dropped the test and left the safe zone of the laboratory, moving to another, non-secure area that was in the path of the monster. I did it because I wanted to save a child who was left there in harm's way. There was a constant feeling of fear, despair, and hopelessness. The muddy creature comes from the depths of the sea, which is a symbol of the collective unconscious, CFACU, 18, a deep, vast but hidden, submerged region of the psyche, common to all humanity. For coming across as a monster, the creature represents a voracious, amoral, instinctual aspect of ourselves. Its muddy character evokes something dark, but intimately linked to the ground, to the earth, to nature in its most raw and undomesticated form. The monster is thus an image of the collective shadow archetype, the instinctual, unthinking drives, greed, envy, aggression, intrinsic to our common humanity, but which we, as civilized people, don't want to acknowledge. The land, a visible region illuminated by the sun, which is a symbol of consciousness, CFEGPA 186, represents ego consciousness. When the monster was still hidden in the sea, not only was the dreamer's ego unaware of its existence, it also felt safe. But by leaving the sea and coming on shore, the monster invades consciousness and becomes recognizable, thereby threatening not only the dreamer, but also all humanity. There was a constant feeling of fear, despair, and hopelessness, she says. The dream's message here is that the dreamer must become, or is slowly becoming, aware of the innate destructive potential of humanity, of which the dreamer herself is a member. The monster ate everything in its path. This is an evocative reference to humanity's compulsive, addictive, unthinking extraction and consumption of resources for egotistic short-term satisfaction, as well as of the environmental destruction they leave on their wake. As a creature of the unconscious, the monster is insatiable and never gives any consideration to, i.e., it doesn't reflect on what it is doing. It is interested only in fulfilling its primal desires, which is symbolized by its eating voraciously. As the shadow of humanity, the monster embodies our behavior towards the earth and its ultimate consequences for ourselves. The dream seems to be unambiguous on this point: eventually all humanity will be consumed. But the dreamer's ego finds refuge in a laboratory, a symbol of the reflective, rational, sensible mode of operation of the psyche that, as such, insulates the personality from the domination of primitive drives and instincts. It constitutes a secure zone temporally out of the destructive path of the monster. The lab is also a place where research, inquiry, investigation is done. This suggests that, from the perspective of the collective unconscious, humanity still has time and opportunity, through diligent self-inquiry, to bring its own shadow side under the lens of self-reflective examination and realize the insanity of its ways. There is still time for us to recognize our drives and compulsions for what they are, assume deliberate volitional control of them, and ultimately adjust our behavior before the destruction is complete and irreversible. The dreamer starts a test, presumably for admission as permanent staff member of the laboratory. This symbolically suggests that her dispassionate reasoning faculties, and, by implication, those of all humanity, can permanently balance out her instincts, provided that she overcomes a certain barrier or challenge. But she has the freedom to choose the test herself, so presumably she can pass simply by choosing a test she finds easy. The suggestion is that everyone is qualified to do the necessary self-inquiry, provided that one does it in harmony with one's own natural dispositions and abilities. That the dreamer felt she had to choose an exciting and difficult test betrays her ego's need to fulfill artificial expectations from others, instead of simply focusing on what she can naturally, and therefore effortlessly, do. The unconscious sees these mistakes and, through the dream, tries to express its point of view to the dreamer's ego. Perhaps the barrier or challenge to be overcome is in the choice, not the passing, of the test. Does our ego give us the opportunity to express ourselves according to the natural dispositions and abilities of our whole psyche? Or does it, instead, restrict us to the confines of our ego's arbitrary, culture-bound notions of self-worth? However, before the dreamer can finish the test, she feels an irresistible urge to save a child who is in harm's way, despite having to risk her own life in the process. This may symbolize the complementary paths of living from the head, finishing the test, doing research and staying safe, and living from the heart, surrendering to empathy and the thoughtless, spiritual expression of compassion when the situation calls for it, despite the risks. The path of the heart sometimes allows the collective unconscious to express its balancing archetypal influence almost directly. Moreover, the child in the dream is likely an image imprinted by the child archetype, the universal template of growth and future realization of intrinsic potentials, CFACU 151-181. The fact that the child is in a non-secure area outside the lab means that, although we can ensure our short-term safety by thinking things through and staying within our intellectual comfort zone, our future development may nonetheless require taking perceived emotional risks. Be that as it may, the dreamer's choice is clear, through the spontaneous, spiritual expression of empathy and compassion, she presumably saves the child and safeguards her, and, symbolically, humanity's potential for growth and future development. As stated in the Talmud, whoever saves a single life is considered by Scripture to have saved the whole world. The tension between instinct and spirit is palpable in the dream, fueling the amazing richness of the dreamer's psychic life. The ability of the unconscious, the dream maker, to weave such an evocative symbolic narrative, entailing multiple, simultaneous, intertwined layers of meaning, is uncanny. Its imagery isn't literal, but instead points to something beyond itself. In other words, the imagery means something other than its face value appearances, which can only be grasped through the pursuit of a chain of feeling-toned cognitive associations. By leveraging innate associative links, such as those between the image of a child and growth potential, a devouring monster, and instinctual greed, the seashore and the border between ego consciousness and the unconscious, a mother figure and nurturing relationships, etc., the archetypes evoke meaning through a universal language accessible to all humans, independently of cultural background. In doing so, they impulsively seek to steer us towards the achievement of the ultimate psychic goal. That ultimate telos or goal of psychic life is, according to Jung, individuation, CFACU 275-289, a full realization of the whole personality in conscious awareness. Each archetype embodies a part of the personality's latent potential, all of which seek expression and recognition in consciousness. In other words, the psyche seeks to develop the properties of volitional control, self-reflection, and cognitive association for all its contents, so they can be indirectly, in the case of psychoid contents, examined and deliberately integrated into a harmonious whole. The manifestations of the archetypes in our lives, whether in dreams, visions, or instinctual feelings and behaviors, aim precisely at advancing the psyche towards this teleological destination. They point to a preferred developmental direction. Therefore, according to Jung, attention must be paid to the meaning of archetypal manifestations, if we are to succeed in the process of individuation and achieve the ultimate psychic objective. The unconscious provides the clues, but ego consciousness must deliberately reflect on their symbolic connotations and grasp the message. Jung explains all this in a wonderfully eloquent passage. All these moments in the individual's life, when the universal laws of human fate, i.e. the archetypes, break in upon the purposes, expectations, and opinions of the personal consciousness, are stations along the road of the individuation process. This process is, in effect, the spontaneous realization of the whole man. The ego-conscious personality is only a part of the whole man, and its life does not yet represent his total life. Since everything living strives for wholeness, the inevitable one-sidedness of our conscious life is continually being corrected and compensated by the universal human being in us, whose goal is the ultimate integration of conscious and unconscious, or better, the assimilation of the ego to a wider personality. D80, emphasis added. Figure 1. The map of the psyche according to Jung. Figure 1 depicts Jung's map of the psyche, summarizing everything discussed thus far. In the figure, ego consciousness is shown surrounded by the unconscious. From the left, ego consciousness is influenced by the instincts, one mode of expression of the archetypes in the collective unconscious. From the right, the spirit, another mode of expression of the archetypes, influences it. The tension between these two opposing influences is what powers the dynamisms of psychic life. The spirit may also comprise demons, secondary, possibly fragmentary centers of consciousness, at any rate dissociated from ego consciousness, that impinge on the subjective field of introspectively accessible experiences. The personal unconscious underlies ego consciousness, not only influencing it, but also exchanging contents with it. The ultimate goal of psychic life is to expose to the light of consciousness, i.e., to cognitively connected, deliberate, self-reflective introspection, every aspect of the psyche, either directly or through their effects on ego consciousness, so the psyche can metacognitively know itself fully. Chapter 4. Synchronicity. Cause and effect, explanation is what we call it, but it is description that distinguishes us from older stages of knowledge and science. Our descriptions are better, we do not explain any more than our predecessors. We infer, first, this and that has to precede in order that this or that may then follow, but this does not involve any comprehension. Cause and effect, such a duality probably never exists. An intellect that could see cause and effect as a continuum and a flux and not, as we do, in terms of an arbitrary division and dismemberment, would repudiate the concept of cause and effect and deny all conditionality. Friedrich Nietzsche, in The Gay Science, 1882, Jung's notion of synchronicity is crucial to his metaphysical views, in that synchronicity transcends the boundaries of psychology and makes statements about the physical world at large. Its key claim is that, in addition to chains of cause and effect, the physical world organizes itself also according to archetypally determined relationships of meaning, like dreams do, as we've just seen. Jung contrasts synchronicity with mechanistic causality, so to highlight why the latter isn't sufficient to account for how we relate to the physical world, and, even more importantly, how the physical world relates back to us. So let us start by reviewing the notion of causality. David Hume considered causality the cement of the universe, in that physical events hang together through chains of cause and effect. Whatever happens in the physical universe, except perhaps the primordial creation event, the Big Bang itself, has a cause and an effect, even if the latter is not noticeable. It is by virtue of these chains of cause and effect that the configuration of the physical world changes and evolves through time. Philosophers still debate what causality is. Much of that debate, however, consists of hair-splitting efforts to correctly define causality in words, even though we intuitively know what we mean by it. It is thus safe to ignore the philosophical details and concentrate only on a couple of salient points. We acquire our understanding of causality through observing the regularities of nature's behavior. In other words, our notion of causality is, at least largely, empirically derived. For instance, we may observe that when a first, moving billiard ball hits a second, resting one, the latter begins to move. In fact, this happens every time we see a moving ball hit a static one, so we come to expect it and eventually even take it for granted. It is these repeated, consistent observations that motivate us to abstract a corresponding causal regularity. A moving body causes a static body to move if and when they collide. More generally, by observing nature's patterns of behavior carefully, we can progressively catalog their various regularities, which then provide a foundation for our understanding of causality. However, regularities alone aren't sufficient. For instance, a storm regularly follows a falling barometer, yet that doesn't mean that the falling barometer causes the storm. As a matter of fact, it is a reduction in atmospheric pressure that causes both the falling barometer and the arrival of the storm. Moreover, sometimes an observed regularity is merely a coincidence, implying no causal connection between events. For instance, Miss Unsinkable Violet Constance Jessup was on board the Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic when disaster struck all three ships. But that doesn't mean that the presence of Ms. Jessup caused ship disasters. So philosophers have devised an additional criterion for identifying causality: counterfactual dependence. The idea is simple. Suppose that an event B regularly follows an event A. We want to know whether a cause is B, whether perhaps A and B are both caused by a third event, or whether the observed regularity is merely coincidental. To figure this out, we set up an experiment under controlled conditions, wherein we first induce A and then check whether B follows. X hypothesize B will follow. Then we repeat the experiment by ensuring that every salient condition is replicated, except that this time around we don't allow A to happen. Does B then still occur? If it doesn't, then we can be more confident that A indeed causes B. For everything else being sufficiently the same, B doesn't occur in the absence of A. Technically, we say that B is counterfactually dependent on A. Together, regularities and counterfactual dependencies provide a practical basis for identifying causal relationships. In nature, regularities and counterfactual dependencies are observable physical phenomena, empirically accessible to us. If we simply look around and maybe set up some experiments, they obligingly reveal themselves. Yet, what we call causality is not these physical observables themselves, but that which underlies and explains them, i.e., that which, from behind the scenes, makes them unfold the way they do. As such, causality is a metaphysical organizing principle underlying and immanent in physical nature. The scientific models, theories, we mathematically articulate and refine over time are just approximations of this underlying organizing principle. Without postulating such metaphysical ground, we would be forced to regard regularities and counterfactual dependencies as arbitrary flukes, mere artifacts of chance, for there would be no a priori reason for them to happen. Allow me to belabor this a bit more for clarity. What we do observe empirically are the results of the action of an inferred, underlying causal principle that, in and of itself, remains invisible to us. We don't see causality, we only see its manifest consequences in nature's behavior. Therefore, the underlying organizing principle is metaphysical, instead of physical. It is derived on the basis of induction, the theoretical inference of a general law from repeated instances of conjoint events, which goes beyond empirical observation. Presumably because of his close collaboration with Nobel Prize-winning physicist Wolfgang Pauli, Jung follows most physicists in attributing to this metaphysical organizing principle the character of law, CFAA 7. Accordingly, he regards the relationship between cause and effect as one of necessity, as opposed to e.g. merely habitual. In other words, specific effects must always result from their corresponding causes, for such consistency is metaphysically dictated. Jung is quite explicit in this regard. The causality principle asserts that the connection between cause and effect is a necessary one. 95, emphasis added, he says. The level of applicability of this necessity, however, depends on whether we take a macroscopic or a microscopic perspective. From the macroscopic perspective of e.g. Newtonian mechanics, cause and effect are linked through an exchange of energy or momentum, and the associated necessity applies to single events. Each and every effect will deterministically result from its cause, according to the corresponding Newtonian law. From the truer, microscopic perspective of quantum mechanics, however, cause and effect are linked through an exchange of field quanta, and the associated necessity applies only at a statistical level. Individual quantum events unfold seemingly randomly, but, when taken together in large numbers, the events lawfully comply with predictable probabilistic distributions. The scientific consensus today, as well as in Jung's time, is that classical, macroscopic physics arises as the compound result of fundamental microscopic, quantum, laws, only the latter being metaphysically real. In the words of physicist Eric Joos, simply to assume, or rather postulate, that quantum theory is only a theory of microobjects, whereas in the macroscopic realm per decree, or should I say wishful thinking, a classical description has to be valid, leads to the endlessly discussed paradoxes of quantum theory. These paradoxes only arise because this particular approach is conceptually inconsistent. In addition, micro and macro objects are so strongly dynamically coupled that we do not even know where the boundary between the two supposed realms could possibly be found. For these reasons, it seems obvious that there is no boundary. Juice 2006, 74-75, emphasis added. Juice goes on to state, whichever interpretation of quantum mechanics one prefers, the classical worldview has been ruled out, 2006, 76. Therefore, Newtonian mechanics is merely a handy approximation of quantum mechanics for systems comprising a very large number of particles. In these macroscopic systems, the inherent indeterminacy of quantum mechanics averages itself out and neatly translates into mostly predictable behavior because of the large number of microscopic events involved. And here is the opportunity Jung and Pauli spotted. Strictly speaking, there is a non-zero chance that a billiard ball will behave differently than predicted by Newton's laws. For instance, there is a non-zero chance that a static billiard ball will move on its own, in a non-causal or acausal manner, without being hit by another ball. It's just that this chance is vanishingly small. In the simple case of billiard balls, any acausal event would jump out to even casual observation and freak us out. But in complex chaotic systems, such as our everyday physical environment, it is conceivable that small, acausal quantum fluctuations could translate inconspicuously into significant macroscopic events. Think of the so-called butterfly effect. For being rooted in rolls of the quantum dice, these macroscopic events would, strictly speaking, lack a cause. Yet we would be none the wiser about it, for the complexity of our physical environment is just too great for us to keep tabs on its causal chains anyway. We would just assume that the acausal event in fact had a cause, but one too impractical to trace back. As a matter of fact, cosmology today states that tiny, acausal quantum fluctuations in the early universe are what led, after amplification by gravity, to the formation of everything, from microbial life to galaxies. Lloyd 2006, 4851. In the words of Seth Lloyd, counterintuitive as it may seem, quantum mechanics produces detail and structure because it is inherently uncertain. Every galaxy, star, and planet owes its mass and position to quantum accidents of the early universe. But there's more, these accidents are also the source of the universe's minute details. Every roll of the quantum dice injects a few more bits of detail into the world. As these details accumulate, they form the seeds of all the variety of the universe. Every tree, branch, leaf, cell and strand of DNA owes its particular form to some past toss of the quantum dice. Lloyd 2006, 49-50, when studied individually, subatomic particles behave seemingly randomly, like dice. Yet it is conceivable that, in complex systems encompassing many particles, individual quantum events at the single particle level could be aligned with each other according to some global pattern, spanning across many particles. Let me illustrate this with a simple analogy. Imagine that you toss 3 dice on a table, multiple times. After each toss, you inspect each die separately and verify that they randomly display a number from 1 to 6. But when you look at all 3 dice together, you realize that either they all display an even number, or they all display an odd number. The resulting global pattern not only clearly violates randomness, but is also constituted by individual events that, when inspected in isolation, meet randomness criteria. Indeed, the possibility of there being a global synchronization mechanism in nature is opened up by quantum mechanics itself. Because of the non-local properties of quantum states, a consistent description of some phenomenon in quantum terms must finally include the entire universe. Juice 2006, 71. That being said, even if they are common in nature, it is impossible for physicists to identify global alignments across quantum events. For although physicists can test individual events in the laboratory and verify that, when taken in isolation, the events are random, they wouldn't be able to discern a global pattern within the complexity of the physical world at large. There are just too many dice to keep track of under controlled laboratory conditions. Many physicists thus simply assume that the quantum fluctuations at the foundation of our physical environment do not follow any global pattern. But since complex systems are impractical to study at the quantum level, we can't run a randomness test on their compound quantum behavior to confirm it. Cf. Kastrup 2011, 34-38. For all we know, instead of accidents, quantum events conform to subtle, non-local patterns of organization corresponding to a yet unacknowledged metaphysical ordering principle, different from causality. This is what Jung bets on. Perhaps the structure of the entire universe, from galaxies to strands of DNA, which we today attribute to mere chance, arose in fact as a result of such unrecognized global patterns. Indeed, it is both conceivable and physically coherent that, unbeknownst to us, acausal macroscopic events are still regularly happening around us. As put by Milgu et al., the question of whether some macroscopic laws may be fundamental statements about nature or may be deduced from some microscopic theory of everything remains a topic of debate among scientists. Gu et al. 2009, 835. If there are such irreducible macroscopic patterns, they, unlike cause and effect, may not entail relationships of strict necessity, but tendencies, affinities, or dispositions instead. Therefore, as Jung stresses, CFS 2, we cannot expect to pin down the corresponding events on the basis of empirical regularities and counterfactual dependences. Not only may these events not be consistently repeatable, the global patterns they reflect may be excluded from experiments by our very efforts to isolate the experimental setup and control its conditions. We cannot induce these acausal events at will. The best we can do is to pay attention to the world around us, in the hope of noticing one of them as it spontaneously unfolds. It is precisely this open space for a yet unrecognized metaphysical organizing principle, operating at a global, macroscopic level, that Jung seizes and populates with his ideas. According to him, next to causality, the physical world organizes itself along archetypal correspondences of meaning, which break down the barrier between world and psyche. As Jung puts it, within the randomness of the throwing of the dice, a psychic orderedness comes into being. AA 62. I shall elaborate on this shortly, but, for now, the key question that arises is, why does Jung feel the need to propose a new metaphysical organizing principle to begin with? Why isn't causality enough? Jung reports an incident he once witnessed during a therapy session with a female patient. The patient was relating a dream in which she was given a golden scarab, an important archetypal symbol of rebirth. As she was recounting the dream, an insect began knocking against the window behind Jung. He opened the window and a rose chafer beetle, an insect very much like a scarab, flew in. It was as if the physical world itself were echoing the archetypal symbolism of the dream the patient was recounting. CFS 33. Elsewhere, Jung discusses the unidentified flying objects (UFO) phenomenon. FS. He points out that the human psyche is by nature split between opposing tendencies, instinct and spirit, and, therefore, under significant tension. Sometimes this tension triggers an attempt by the psyche to heal itself. The archetype of the self, representing the union of opposites, wholeness, is then constellated in the witness's psyche, while a coincidental physical event occurs in the sky outside. This external event, whatever it may be, often entails an object with round or cylindrical form, which is also a symbol of wholeness. CFFS 111. Further examples of such meaningful coincidences, i.e., conjunctions of an inner psychic state with an external physical event, both of which share the same archetypal meaning, are mentioned in Jung's works, cf. 20-40. In the case of the scarab event, the shared meaning was rebirth. In the case of the UFO reports, it was wholeness. In all these examples, it is inconceivable that the psychic state and the external event could have been brought together by virtue of a causal link. For instance, it is inconceivable, on the basis of our scientific understanding of causality, that the recounting of the patient's dream could have caused the arrival of the beetle, or the other way around. It is equally inconceivable that a third, unknown event could have caused both the patient's dream and the arrival of the beetle. After all, what exchange of field quanta could possibly have resulted in both events? Therefore, as Jung is at pains to point out, CFS 11-12, we must discard causality as the ordering principle behind such meaningful coincidences. which leaves us with mere chance. In principle, it is coherent to imagine that the conjunction of the dream recounting and the Beatles' arrival was purely accidental. However, for Jung, two arguments render such hypothesis dissatisfying: the specificity and effective force of the meaning evoked by the coinciding events, and the sheer unlikelihood of such conjunctions happening merely by chance. Indeed, for reasons I shall soon illustrate, Jung includes parapsychological phenomena, such as clairvoyance, in the category of meaningful coincidences. He then cites contemporary experimental results that produced high odds against chance for these phenomena, CFS 22-27. Jung leverages such results to argue that, statistically speaking, meaningful coincidences cannot be mere flukes. They must, instead, be orchestrated by a yet unrecognized organizing principle in nature. While resting his case largely on the experimental confirmation of parapsychological phenomena, Jung also seeks to provide a plausible mechanism for how and why these phenomena may occur. Today, based on the latest research, we know that parapsychological phenomena are indeed most likely real, cf. Cardina 2018. But against this, we must also weigh the more sophisticated understanding we now have of the psychological mechanisms underlying the experience of coincidences, such as cognitive bias and contextual dependence, cf. Elk, Friston, and Beckering 2016. In other words, the effective force of meaningful coincidences, which Jung partly relies on, may often rest on illusion. And here, although I could conveniently follow the standard protocol and hide behind a facade of scholarly detachment, I would like to express my personal view. After all, what could be more appropriate in a book about Jung's work, given that he insists we shouldn't dismiss our personal experiences in favor of any abstract, statistical truth, cf. US 1-12. So, although I do believe that many, even most, experiences of meaningful coincidence are illusory, being mediated by relatively prosaic psychological mechanisms, my own experiences make it very difficult for me to dismiss Jung's case. In the course of my life, the archetypal meaning occasionally evoked by events in the world around me, in precise alignment with my own inner state, or that of someone close to me, has been just too compelling to attribute to chance or cognitive bias. I shall relate only two illustrative examples. A few years ago, I was on vacation with my girlfriend in a small village in the German countryside. We had been out of touch with friends and family for about a week at that point. One morning my girlfriend woke up and immediately told me a dream she had just had, and which for some reason had made an unusually strong emotional impression on her. In the dream, her old grandmother, who, in real life, was alive and well last time we had been in touch, appeared with a bandage of gauze wrapped around her head. She was in a hospital, flanked by two of her daughters, my girlfriend's aunts. None of the three said a word, although my girlfriend felt distinctly that her grandmother was telling her, mentally, that she was still okay, despite the head injury. We thought we should call my girlfriend's father and inquire about her grandmother, just in case. And so we did. The first thing her father said was that his mother, i.e. my girlfriend's grandmother, had just had a brain stroke and was hospitalized. Two of her daughters were with her in the hospital. The first medical assessment was that she wasn't in immediate danger anymore. Yet, as it turns out, she would die 6 months later of directly related causes. My girlfriend's grandmother was the most important source of feminine, grounded, earthly wisdom in my girlfriend's life. She embodied the archetype of the wise old woman. The three women in the dream together formed a triad, another archetypal image. And, of course, the theme of approaching death is also profoundly archetypal. So my girlfriend's inner psychic state that morning, colored by layers of archetypal undercurrents as it was, coincided very meaningfully with an actual state of the outside world, which in turn reflected back those same archetypal themes. If I hadn't witnessed this in real time, as the events unfolded, I probably would have been skeptical. But there I was, confronted with a textbook instance of a meaningful coincidence, presented to me in a way that I couldn't dismiss. The other example is more recent and, appropriately enough, directly related to the writing of this book. As I was working on the manuscript and doing research on Jung, I found myself on the shores of Lake Constance, not far from Jung's birthplace. I was reminiscing about the fact that he felt attracted to water since childhood, thanks to his early exposure to the very lake in whose waters I now had my feet immersed. I then spontaneously recalled a story he tells in his autobiography. To facilitate contact with the unconscious, he used to give free rein to his imagination and build little houses, castles, and even whole villages with pebbles from the lakeshore where he lived. Once he built a little church, but missed a suitable pebble to play the role of altar. He then chanced upon a reddish, four-sided, pyramid-like pebble on the shore, about 1.5 centimeters high, and immediately knew that it was the appropriate piece, cf. MDR 198. As this reminiscence unfolded in my mind, a very quick succession of spontaneous cognitive associations, pebbles, lakeshore, my feet in the water, automatically made me look down. Bizarrely, right there, just in front of my feet, and about 8 inches, 20 centimeters, underwater, was a reddish, four-sided, pyramid-shaped pebble, unambiguously fitting Jung's description. Having measured it a few days later, I discovered that it was, you guessed it, about 1.5 high. See Figure 2. Figure 2. The reddish pyramidal pebble I found in Lake Constance, echoing Jung's own finding about a century earlier, photographed immediately after I found it. This finding was all the more remarkable to me because, when I first read that passage of Jung's autobiography, I felt skeptical of his description, a pyramid-shaped reddish stone fetched from a lakeshore. I had never seen anything resembling such a description, and had trouble imagining that it could be accurate. Red is an unusual color for a lake pebble. Moreover, what kind of erosion could produce a four-sided pyramid shape anyway? I ended up attributing the whole thing to poetic license and Jung's fertile imagination. Nonetheless, I now had a pebble in my hands that fit Jung's description uncannily accurately. It was as if the physical world were conspiring to show me, through more than one layer of meaning, that I should never be dismissive of Jung, that I should always take him very seriously, despite my prejudices and potentially skewed sense of plausibility. My intellect, as is its habit, quickly ran through conventional explanations. Maybe I had subliminally seen the pebble first and, only thereafter, thought of Jung's story because of a trivial association. But no, this couldn't have been the case. I had not been looking down but ahead, to the place where I knew Jung had been born. So I couldn't have seen the pebble first. Then I considered the possibility that such pyramid-shaped stones were common in the lake, in which case there would be nothing remarkable about my finding one in front of my feet. So I started diligently looking for other similar pebbles all around, but could find none. Insofar as I could ascertain, the stone I first found was quite unique, at least in that part of the lake. This was another clear case of a meaningful coincidence, psychologically difficult to attribute to mere chance. In that sunny afternoon in Lake Constance, both my inner psychic state and the physical state of the world around me embodied and reflected the same archetypal content, a solid, pyramidal symbol of transcendence and timelessness, fished out of the waters of the unconscious. But that isn't the end of the story. A few days later, the coincidence of the pyramidal pebble still reverberating in my mind, my girlfriend and I went hiking in a region of the world the young Jung considered magical, the Swiss Alps. One sunny afternoon we found ourselves entirely alone, except for a few marmots, in a desolate but magnificent alpine valley, well over a mile, 2,000 meters, high. A stream ran through the valley's floor and, precisely in the middle of it, we came upon a large boulder, about 3 feet, a meter, high, almost perfectly shaped as a four-sided pyramid. Indeed, the pyramidal shape of the boulder was so perfect I needed to rely on my analytical judgment to convince myself of the impossibility of its having been deliberately sculpted and transported to such a remote place. Here was the physical world insisting even more loudly, as if the first time round hadn't been clear and persuasive enough, on its message. It was as if Jung's ghost were accompanying us. See Figure 3. Figure 3. A naturally eroded pyramidal boulder in Val Fidos, outside Sils Maria, Oberengadin, Switzerland. My invitation to you is thus this: consider Jung's case in light of your own personal experiences and intuitions. How do you feel about the hypothesis that there is another organizing principle in nature, next to mechanistic causality, associating the events of our lives according to their evoked meaning? My girlfriend's dream about her grandmother could be interpreted both as an instance of clairvoyance and a meaningful coincidence. This equivalence is the reason why Jung bundles meaningful coincidences and parapsychological phenomena together in the same category. He calls this category, i.e., this additional organizing principle in nature, synchronicity, which he defines as the simultaneous occurrence of a certain psychic state with one or more external events which appear as meaningful parallels to the momentary subjective state, s. 36. As such, synchronicity entails an equivalence of symbolic meaning between our inner psychic state and the concurrent physical state of the world surrounding us, as if they mirrored each other. This is metaphysically significant, for it abolishes the separation between world and psyche. Indeed, synchronicity suggests, if it doesn't outright imply, a unity between psyche and physics, something Jung makes a point to emphasize when he reviews other philosophical notions related to it, CFS 95-122. For instance, when discussing Chinese philosophy, Jung highlights that some sages supposed that the same living reality was expressing itself in the psychic state as in the physical, s. 51, emphasis added. In fact, in a letter to Pauli written on November 30, 1950, Jung is quite open about this possibility. A synchronistic event can be described as a characteristic of the psyche, or mass, i.e. matter. In the former case, the psyche would cast a spell on mass, and in the latter mass would bewitch the psyche. It is thus more probable that both are basically contingent and, heedless of their own causal definitions, actually overlap. AA 62, emphasis added. Jung's writings on synchronicity are peppered with subtle suggestions that this unifying metaphysical ground underlying both psyche and physics is experiential. For instance, when comparing the work of Wilhelm von Scholz to his own, Jung chooses to highlight that von Scholz suspects that these, meaningfully coincidental, happenings are arranged as if they were the dream of a greater and more comprehensive consciousness, s. 22. Jung seems to use strategically selected third-party quotations like this to plant a metaphysical idea in the mind of his reader, while circumventing the implication that he himself is in the business of metaphysics. The dilemma that forces him into such a roundabout strategy is that, whereas he insists that synchronicity is not a philosophical view, but an empirical concept, s. 133, without the planted metaphysical idea his next claim would be difficult to grasp. Meaningful coincidences seem to rest on an archetypal foundation, s. 34, emphasis added. So just like our most significant dreams, in Jung's view the physical world itself is shaped, at least to some noticeable extent, according to archetypal templates, which are psychic events par excellence, MDR 385, original emphasis. Events of the waking world around us are themselves woven along archetypal contours. In an important sense, what Jung is saying is that our physical waking reality is amenable to symbolic interpretation, just as our dreams are. The external world, too, conveys meaning through symbolic expression, as if it were the dream of a greater and more comprehensive consciousness. As we've seen earlier, the archetypes are a priori fundamental templates of psychic activity that constitute or reflect the structure of the collective unconscious. By claiming that synchronicities unfold according to archetypal patterns, Jung is implying that the collective unconscious underlies both consciousness and the physical world itself. This is a remarkable claim, as it means that physical events are orchestrated by the same a priori patterns that orchestrate events in consciousness. Jung acknowledges this explicitly. The archetype reveals itself to psychic introspection, so far as inward perception can grasp it at all, as an image, which underlies not only the psychic equivalences but, remarkably, the psychophysical equivalences too. S. 138. Emphasis added. This is so because the archetypes are not found exclusively in the psychic sphere, but can occur just as much in circumstances that are not psychic, equivalents of outward physical process with a psychic one. S. 137. To drive this point home and eliminate any conceivable ambiguity, Jung says elsewhere, it is perfectly possible, psychologically, for the unconscious, or an archetype to take complete possession of a man and to determine his fate down to the smallest detail. At the same time, objective, non-psychic parallel phenomena can occur which also represent the archetype. It not only seems so, it simply is so, that the archetype fulfills itself not only psychically in the individual, but objectively outside the individual. AJ 58, emphasis added. An implication of this uncompromising claim is that the collective unconscious and the physical world are related in effectively the same way as the collective unconscious and ego consciousness. And since Jung posits that ego consciousness arises out of the unconscious, as a particular manifestation of it, it follows that the physical world itself must also arise from the collective unconscious as another manifestation of it. If so, one must logically conclude that the physical world is as essentially experiential as the psyche. For Jung, the collective unconscious underlies and permeates the whole of space in a non-local fashion. This means that the expression of the archetypes in the physical world is global, instead of being restricted by the locality constraints of causality, such as the speed of light limit. In other words, archetypal patterns organize the world instantaneously across space, operating within the degrees of freedom left open by the indeterminacy of quantum-level events. As Jung puts it, the central structure of the collective unconscious cannot be fixed locally, but is in ubiquitous existence identical to itself. It must not be seen in spatial terms and consequently, when projected onto space, is to be found everywhere in that space. I even have the feeling that this peculiarity applies to time as well as space. AA 13, there is thus a significant sense in which, if Jung is correct, the world surrounding you right now presents itself physically to you as an integrated whole. Moreover, this whole has a message. It is interpretable as the dream of a greater and more comprehensive consciousness. Every bit of the physical world, across space and time, may express global archetypal meaning. It may be telling a story. From this perspective, it is entirely legitimate for you to ask yourself, what does the world around me mean? What does its imagery symbolically represent? What is it saying? It is important to realize that, for the same reason that the scientific notion of laws of nature is metaphysical in character, Jung's synchronicity, an acausal ordering principle underlying and immanent in the physical world, has a metaphysical character as well. There is no doubt that Jung's motivation for postulating synchronicity is empirical, namely, the occurrence of seemingly meaningful coincidences, just as the motivation for postulating laws of nature through induction is also empirical, namely, the observation of regularities and counterfactual dependencies. Nonetheless, what is entailed by both postulates is inevitably metaphysical. Moreover, one should not regard the archetype as the cause of synchronicities. That would bring us right back to, well, causality. The archetype is not a causal agency, but the natural template according to which both the human psyche and, if Jung is correct, the physical world spontaneously organize themselves. This is analogous to how the crystal spontaneously grows according to a particular, identifiable lattice structure, without the lattice itself constituting a causal agency. As the growth of a crystal is ordered by an abstract lattice structure, the unfolding of both psyche and physical world are ordered according to archetypal patterns. Jung then further conjectures that numbers also have an archetypal foundation or character. They are archetypes of order, CFS 57-59. This conjecture, further elaborated upon by Jung's pupil, psychologist Marie-Louise von Franz, in 1974, allows us to solve a problem that only became widely acknowledged in the last year of Jung's life, the question of why and how mathematics models and predicts the order of the physical world so accurately and precisely. Indeed, in 1960 physicist Eugene Wigner published a paper titled The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics in the Natural Sciences. In it, Wigner discusses the miracle of the appropriateness of the language of mathematics for the formulation of the laws of physics. To illustrate his point, he recounts an anecdote. A professor of statistics shows to a friend some graphs and equations that model human population trends. In one of the equations, the friend notices the symbol pi, and asks what it is. The professor then explains that pi is the number you get when you divide the circumference of the circle by its diameter. The friend reacts with incredulity. Surely the population has nothing to do with the circumference of the circle. Yet, somehow it actually does. This and other similar correspondences between abstract mathematics and concrete physical realities illustrate a seemingly extraordinary fact, concepts and logic axioms in the psyche, such as numbers and numerical operations, describe the physical world in unexpected but uncannily correct ways. Why should this be so? Why should the physical world comply with our psychic axioms? That it does is probably the reason why Wigner uses the word miracle 12 times in his paper. Now notice that, if numbers are archetypes of order underlying both human thinking and the physical world at large, the possibility can be predicted that equations can be devised from purely mathematical prerequisites, and that later they will turn out to be formulations of physical processes. AA 128. Indeed, if the ordering principles or templates behind our mathematical reasoning are also behind the empirical order of the physical world, it should be no surprise at all that Jung's prediction turns out to be precisely true. At the level of the collective unconscious, psyche and world are, ex hypothesi, continuous with one another. The same ordering archetypes, numbers, and their associated operations define the regularities of both. On the one hand, Wigner's miracle can be construed to provide empirical substantiation to Jung's notion that archetypes, including numbers, extend into the world at large. On the other hand, the hypothesis of synchronicity makes good sense of Wigner's miracle. When Jung's far-reaching insights are liberated from the confined domain of the human psyche alone, the chain of implications and resulting explanatory synergies are extraordinary. Jung and Pauli were keenly aware of how far the explanatory power of synchronicity could coherently be taken. In correspondence exchanged between November 1950 and February 1951, CFAA 53-71, they discussed extending the concept of synchronicity to all acausal events in nature, not only those accompanied by a semantically equivalent psychic state. This needs some unpacking, so bear with me. The human psyche operates largely through cognitive associations based on similarity. For instance, there is a famous painting by René Magritte wherein a pipe is depicted. Above the phrase "Ceci n'est pas un pipe," French for "this is not a pipe." The pun is that the painting of a pipe is not the pipe itself. The latter is a three-dimensional wooden object, whereas the former is a two-dimensional pattern of pigment on canvas. Yet, there obviously is a certain similarity between the pipe and its depiction on canvas, which motivates us to casually look at the latter and declare that it is a pipe. We cognitively associate the pipe and the painting on account of their cognitively salient similarities. More generally, we associate different psychic contents based on their similarities, this being perhaps the most innate form of associative logic in the psyche. For this reason, when two similar psychic events happen in conjunction, say, seeing a man with arms laterally outstretched and thinking of a cross, we are hardly surprised, they are cognitively associated because of what they have in common. This notion of similarity should be interpreted here in the broadest sense, encompassing more than just direct correspondences of form. For instance, we naturally associate the image of a party balloon, the memory of a toy, and the taste of cream frosting because, for many of us, they all evoke similar memories of childhood. Hence, what these things have in common, the basis for their association, is the similarity of what they evoke, not their particular form. Under this broad understanding, a correspondence of meaning is just an instance of similarity, so defined. According to the definition of synchronicity we have been using thus far, what configures a meaningful coincidence is the conjunction of an inner psychic state with an outer physical event that are similar in the broad sense just discussed. This way, Jung extrapolates the innate psychic basis for an association between two psychic contents to a basis for an association between a psychic content and a physical event. But what about two coincidental physical events, without any psychic state to accompany them? Is the basis for such purely physical conjunction always causal, never synchronistic? There is a problem with answering this question in the affirmative. You see, Jung finds room for synchronicities in the indeterminacy, the apparent randomness, of individual quantum events. In a synchronicity, these individual events aren't really random, but instead structured according to a non-local archetypal pattern. This doesn't violate any physical laws, because the latter entail relationships of necessity only at a statistical, not an individual, level, encompassing many quantum events. The problem is, if some individual quantum events follow global synchronistic patterns, being, therefore, structured according to such patterns, and others are really just random, we are left with an arguably arbitrary discontinuity in nature. Why should the same kind of event, namely, microscopic quantum events, sometimes be globally structured and sometimes not? If synchronicity is a universal, metaphysically real, immanent ordering principle, it should always apply, analogously to how the laws of nature are thought to always apply. This is why Jung ultimately extends the definition of synchronicity as follows. Synchronicity could be understood as an ordering system by means of which similar things coincide, without there being any apparent cause. AA 60. Original emphasis. Such definition accommodates the conjunction of two similar, in the broad sense discussed above, physical events as synchronistic, even in the absence of a corresponding psychic state. Now, Jung, with the high-caliber support of Pauli, CFAA 65, proposes that this broader notion of synchronicity is the ordering principle underlying all acausal happenings in nature, CFS 138 to 139, AA 38 and 60. And since no individual quantum event is causally determined, the implication is that all quantum events, at a microscopic level, must be structured according to some global pattern of similarities. We don't ordinarily recognize this global pattern, because its non-local character renders its repetition and study under controlled laboratory conditions impractical. It follows from this that synchronicity, insofar as it defines the structures or tendencies underlying all quantum events, is the only metaphysically real ordering principle in nature. The laws of nature we are familiar with in our daily lives become mere epiphenomena of archetypal synchronicities, something Jung seems to realize when he observes that it is fundamentally impossible to prove that the law of nature is actually based on something totosilla, i.e. totally, different from what we in psychology call archetype. AA 70, indeed, just as macroscopic events aren't fundamental, but the aggregate results of many microscopic ones, under this broader view of synchronicity, causality isn't a fundamental organizing principle either, but a regular compound outline of many microscopic synchronistic events. In other words, causality is to synchronicity as Newtonian mechanics is to quantum physics. Causal regularities are just discernible local contours of much more subtle, global patterns of similarity in nature. For Jung, ultimately everything in nature unfolds according to similarity-based associations. Notice what he is doing. He is extrapolating the natural basis for cognitive associations in the psyche to a universal basis for the organization of all events in nature. He seems to regard the whole universe as a superordinate cosmic mind, a greater and more comprehensive consciousness, operating on the principle of association by similarity, just as the human psyche does. As a matter of fact, as we shall see in the next chapter, this may be precisely what his metaphysical position entails. Chapter 5. Metaphysics. The objective method can be developed most consistently and carried farthest when it appears as materialism proper. It regards matter, and with it time and space, as existing absolutely, and passes over the relation to the subject in which alone all this exists. Further, it lays hold of the law of causality as the guiding line on which it tries to progress, taking it to be a self-existing order or arrangement of things, veritas aeterna, and consequently passing over the understanding, in which and for which alone causality is. Materialism is therefore the attempt to explain what is directly given to us from what is given indirectly. It is the philosophy of the subject who forgets himself in his calculations. Arthur Schopenhauer, in The World as Will and Representation, 1818, to discuss Jung's metaphysical views may at first seem inappropriate, as he repeatedly emphasizes that his work is an empirical endeavor, as opposed to philosophical or theological speculation. Jung consistently tries to project the image of a metaphysically agnostic scientist of the psyche, not a philosopher. His writings contain clues to the motivations behind this attitude. For instance, Jung laments that many reject the hypothesis of an unconscious based merely on capricious theological or philosophical assumptions, apparently oblivious to the empirical evidence. He speaks of the need to replace a purely philosophical view of the psyche with one based on actual experience, cf. ONP, 81-90. This stance is best seen in a passage wherein Jung attempts to contrast an empirical view of the archetypes with a metaphysical one. Were I a philosopher, I should continue in this Platonic strain and say, somewhere, in a place beyond the skies, there is a prototype, or primordial image of the mother that is pre-existing and superordinate to all phenomena, in which the maternal, in the broadest sense of the term, is manifest. But I am an empiricist, not a philosopher, ACU, 75. Here Jung seems to be confessing to his covert metaphysical position, a Platonic view of the collective unconscious, according to which the archetypes are analogous to Plato's ideas, i.e. actual transcendent entities in their own right, metaphysically real and irreducible, underlying physical reality, but not dependent on it for their existence. Yet, he stops short of acknowledging this view so as to emphasize the empirical basis of his psychology. It is easy to see in his writings that Jung's perennial concern is to prevent his postulates from being rejected merely because, according to some metaphysical position such as materialism, they supposedly can't be true. In a 1945 letter to Father White, Jung is quite candid about this. My temperamental empiricism has its reasons. My audience then, i.e. in the beginning of Jung's career, was a thoroughly materialistic crowd, and I would have defeated my own ends if I had set out with a definite creed, or with definite metaphysical assertions. I was not and I did not want to be anything else but one of them. Therefore I have tried to accommodate myself to the psychiatric and medical mind. JWL, 6, emphasis added, so as to fit in, Jung decided to focus on empirical evidence, for the latter cannot be ignored on philosophical grounds. After all, philosophy must accommodate the evidence, not the other way around. This way, Jung hopes to insulate his work from philosophical fashions and ephemeral notions of plausibility, or lack thereof, the spirit of this time, as he originally put it, RB 229-231. This becomes evident in the following passage. In former times, it was not too difficult to understand Plato's conception of the idea as superordinate and pre-existent to all phenomena. Archetype was synonymous with idea in the Platonic usage. It so happens, by the merest accident, one might say, that for the past 200 years we have been living in an age in which it has become unpopular, or even unintelligible to suppose that ideas could be anything but noumena, i.e. mere names or labels, not real existence. ACU, 76, emphasis added. Notice how Jung seems, once again, to be confessing to his actual metaphysical position by suggesting that the archetypes are real entities in the sense of being superordinate and pre-existent to all phenomena. Indeed, looking upon the archetypes as equivalent to Plato's ideas has major metaphysical implications, as Schopenhauer explained when framing his own concept of the will in a similar fashion. Schopenhauer and Payne 1969. The equivalence turns physicality into mere and ephemeral appearance, while making of the archetypes and the will the invisible, eternal inner essence of all reality. Originating already with Parmenides, this division of nature into eternal essence and ephemeral appearance lies at the very root of Western philosophy, and has been articulated again and again throughout history. To speak only of the period since the Enlightenment, Emanuel Swedenborg referred to the essence as spirit and the appearance as correspondence. Kant called them the noumenon and the phenomenon, respectively, Schopenhauer the will and the representation. Even I speak of intrinsic view and extrinsic appearance, cf. Kastrup 2019. In likening the archetypes to Plato's ideas, Jung thus seems to take the inner essence of everything, the true nature of the whole world, as it is in itself, to be psychoid, a major metaphysical step counter to the spirit of his time. This probably gave him pause and made him extra hesitant about acknowledging his philosophical inclinations. Be that as it may, Jung's overt attitude towards philosophy seems to be based on a prejudice. He seems to think of philosophy as a discipline of ungrounded, idiosyncratic speculation, detached from the world of actual experience and empirical evidence. It's a view applicable perhaps to medieval scholasticism, in which philosophy and theology were intertwined and detached from concrete reality. However, it isn't consistent with philosophy as it has been practiced at least since the early 20th century. When it comes to metaphysics, for instance, philosophers today tend to be keenly aware of the latest results from experimental science, for interpreting these results from a metaphysical perspective is precisely what their job entails. While science studies the behavior of nature, philosophers interpret this behavior so as to formulate hypotheses regarding what nature essentially is, in and of itself. Contrary to being a speculative alternative to science, philosophy, particularly metaphysics, in fact complements science. If Jung had had this understanding, he most likely wouldn't have publicly distanced himself from philosophy as much as he tried to, for his core ideas have profound philosophical implications. As a matter of fact, ultimately he acknowledges as much. I fancied I was working along the best scientific lines, only to discover in the end that I had involved myself in a net of reflections which extend far beyond natural science and ramify into the fields of philosophy, theology, comparative religion, and the humane sciences. ONP 149. He even suggests that the crossing of the bridge linking psychology to philosophy is inevitable. Philosophy and psychology are linked by indissoluble bonds, which are kept in being by the interrelation of their subject matters. Neither discipline can do without the other. MMSS 183. It is thus legitimate to investigate, as this book attempts to do, the metaphysical implications of Jung's propositions. By his own admission, his work has such implications. In addition, it is also legitimate to attempt to infer the metaphysical opinions Jung may have covertly held, yet stopped short of publicly declaring so as to maintain the politically correct image of a metaphysically agnostic scientist. After all, as he himself says, agnosticism maintains that it does not possess any knowledge of God or of anything metaphysical, overlooking the fact that one never possesses a metaphysical belief, but is possessed by it. AJ 117. Original emphasis, as such, despite his repeated attempts to distance himself from metaphysics, of which he let go only in the last few years of his life, as discussed later in this book, there is plenty of evidence in the body of his technical work that Jung was, all along, possessed by certain metaphysical beliefs. What these beliefs entail will slowly come into focus as we make our way through the rest of this chapter. To begin with, there is one negative metaphysical position that becomes clear very quickly as one peruses Jung's work. He repeatedly and unambiguously rejects mainstream metaphysical materialism, the notion that physicality is all there is, the psyche being an emergent epiphenomenon of brain metabolism, or at any rate reducible to the brain. Jung states this position very clearly and succinctly: the psyche as such cannot be explained in terms of physiological chemistry. ONP 107. But he goes on to elaborate on it in several other passages. For instance, the psyche is existent, but not in physical form. It is an almost ridiculous prejudice to assume that existence can only be physical. PR 11, emphasis added. And despite the materialistic tendency to understand the psyche as a mere reflection or imprint of physical and chemical processes, there is not a single proof of this hypothesis. Quite the contrary, innumerable facts prove that the psyche translates physical processes into sequences of images which have hardly any recognizable connection with the objective, i.e., physical and chemical, process. The materialistic hypothesis is much too bold and flies in the face of experience with almost metaphysical presumption. ACU 57-58. One might add, as an aside, that whatever level of presumption is involved here, it is most certainly metaphysical presumption, for materialism is a metaphysical, not a scientific, hypothesis. As for the possibility that, in the absence of consciousness, psychic contents are merely physiological, Jung has this to say: except for the relation to the conscious ego, nothing is changed when a content becomes unconscious. For this reason, I reject the view that momentarily unconscious contents are only physiological. The psychology of neurosis provides striking proofs to the contrary. ONP 113. Remarkably, in his extensive refutation of materialism, Jung even anticipates, by more than 60 years, the recognition of what has only in the mid-90s, Chalmers 1995, come into focus as the hard problem of consciousness, superscript 1. We have literally no idea of the way in which what is psychic, i.e. experiential, can arise from physical elements, and yet cannot deny the reality of psychic events, MMSS 184. As a matter of fact, Jung considers the denial of materialism one of the basic postulates of his psychology, MMSS 177-199. In an extensive elaboration of the subjective, psychological prejudices motivating the onset of materialism, which he attributes to an overcompensation of medieval views that accounted for too much in terms of spirit, cf. MMSS 182, Jung categorically denies that materialism is justifiable by objective, rational reasons. He calls it an irrational reversal of standpoint, an unreasoned, not to say emotional, surrender to the all-importance of the physical world, MMSS 178, i.e. he downright psychologizes materialism, something I've also attempted to do leveraging 21st-century psychological St. Insights, Kastrup 2016b. And as if to preempt any conceivable doubt, Jung adds, let no one suppose that so radical a change in man's outlook, i.e. materialism, could be brought about by reasoning and reflection. Instead, it is a mere trick if we consider it as a question for the intellect, MMSS 178-179, emphasis added. For Jung, both the medieval spiritual view and the modern materialist view are unjustifiable extremes motivated by subjective biases. One shouldn't account for too much in terms of either matter or spirit, understood here as speculative metaphysical substrates distinct from the psychic. Instead, only the psychic, as the middle, epistemically reliable position, is solid ground, matter and spirit being each a mere designation for the particular source of the psychic contents, MMSS 195. He develops his entire psychology on this basis, which Jungians to this day refer to as the reality of the psyche. Jung does acknowledge that at least some psychic functions are, in some way, closely related to parts of the nervous system, cf. ONP 108. However, he accounts for this relationship in a surprising way. It is always the psychic function that creates its own organ, ! And maintains or modifies it. ONP 102-103, emphasis added. Remarkably, here we have Jung completely inverting the logic of mainstream materialism. It's the psychic function that creates, maintains and modifies the organic structure, not the other way around. This is an extraordinary assertion that Jung, unfortunately, does not elaborate further upon. Nonetheless, it is not an isolated event in his corpus. In an earlier work, Jung echoes the same idea when claiming, we do not know whether there is a real disturbance of the organic processes of the brain in a case of neurosis, and if there are disorders of an endocrine, i.e. organic, nature, it is impossible to say whether they are not effects rather than causes. PR 10, emphasis added. Again, Jung inverts the logic of materialism by suggesting that an organic brain disorder may be the effect, not the cause, of a psychic condition. Indeed, this seems to be a position he held since the beginning of his career, for in an even earlier work Jung criticizes the mainstream view of the mind-body relationship in the following terms. Today the psyche does not build itself a body, but on the contrary, matter, by chemical action, produces the psyche. This reversal of outlook would be ludicrous if it were not one of the outstanding features of the spirit of the age. MMSS 180, emphasis added. He goes on to regret the mainstream view that it is intellectually unjustified presumption on our forefathers' part to assume that there is a power inherent in the human soul, i.e. psyche, which builds up the body, supports its life, heals its ills. MMSS 180, emphasis added. The gist of Jung's view of the mind-body relationship is thus that the body owes its existence and function to the psyche, not the other way around. This reflects the epistemic and metaphysical primacy that Jung consistently attributes to the psychic realm, as we shall shortly see. In contrast to his usual flirting with metaphysics, in the correspondence he maintained with Pauli on the topic of synchronicity, Jung goes to unreasonable lengths, perhaps because of Pauli's intimidating stature as a scientist, to avoid metaphysical speculation, and stick solely to what can be ascertained empirically. In this spirit, at one point Jung even claims that metaphysical judgment always places an element of the psychic in an external location, AA 100. In other words, metaphysical judgment always entails conceptual abstractions pointing beyond direct, personal empirical experience. For instance, we cannot ascertain that matter outside and independent of experience exists, for all we have our perceptual experiences. Similarly, we cannot ascertain that a standalone spiritual realm exists, for all we have our intuitive and visionary experiences. So by postulating that the psyche is either material or spiritual, both of which are metaphysical judgments, we are placing the psyche itself on external, non-ascertainable metaphysical ground. Jung's point is that all we can ever ascertain is our own introspectively accessible phenomenal inner life, everything else being theory. However, as strictly correct as this may be, unless one is prepared to adopt solipsism, the notion that only one's own personal experiences exist, and live accordingly, one cannot avoid metaphysical inferences of one sort or another. Even under idealism, one must metaphysically extrapolate the existence of experience beyond one's own personal boundaries, so to account for the phenomenal inner lives of other living beings and the universe at large, cf. e.g. Kastrup 2019. As Bertrand Russell pointed out, solipsism is psychologically impossible to believe, and is rejected in fact even by those who mean to accept it, 2009, 161. Were Jung a solipsist, it would be very difficult to understand why he is so interested in the supposedly non-existent inner lives of his patients. Therefore, despite his overt denials, Jung must make inferences beyond what can be directly ascertained empirically. Pauli confronts Jung on this point by observing that, if one is to pursue the total elimination of everything from the interpretation of nature that is not ascertainable hic et nunc, i.e. here and now, then one soon sees that one does not understand anything, neither the fact that one has to assign a psyche to others, only one's own being ascertainable, nor the fact that different people are all talking about the same physical object. One has to introduce some structural elements of cosmic order, which in themselves are not ascertainable. AA 104, emphasis added. It is ironic that, of all people, Pauli, a physicist, has to confront Jung with the inevitability of non-ascertainable metaphysical inferences. Be that as it may, as already suggested in the previous chapter, the most significant metaphysical implication of Jung's views stems precisely from the theory of synchronicity, which he so carefully crafted with Pauli's assistance, by stating that the physical world arranges itself to symbolically connote something, anything, let alone archetypal meaning. Jung is saying that psychic powers somehow control its behavior. Otherwise, how could the physical world know how to express meaning, such quintessentially psychic aptitude? Indeed, the expression of meaning through denotation or connotation always entails cognitive associations, i.e., semantic links between behaviors and the meaning they reflect, embody, or are intended to evoke, and thus can only take place in the context of cognition. For instance, you only know to shake your head from side to side to express negation or disapproval because there is a cognitive association in your psyche, which underlies and is immanent in the behavior of your physical body, between the gesture and the ideas of negation and disapproval. In contrast, matter supposedly outside and independent of the psychic doesn't arrange itself to denote or connote anything, it purportedly just follows mechanistic causal laws. For Jung, thus, on some underlying and immanent metaphysical level, there has to be a transpersonal psychic layer associated with the physical universe at large. This layer must perform the cognitive associations necessary for the universe to express meaning through its behavior, in a way analogous to how you express meaning when you shake your head from side to side. This, it seems to me, is an inevitable, inescapable implication of synchronicity. The physical world can only express meaning if psychic powers underlie and determine its behavior, such powers operating on the basis of semantic associations. As immediate, instinctual and spontaneous as such expression of meaning may be, it still presupposes an underlying psychic agency. There is just no way around it. One approach to accommodate synchronicity metaphysically is to think in dualist terms. For instance, we could imagine that human beings have both a visible physical body and an underlying psyche of a non-physical nature, a soul, which controls the body from an invisible metaphysical background. By the same token, we could also postulate that there are both a visible physical world of matter and an underlying, non-physical, immanent universal mind that controls the world's behavior from an invisible metaphysical background. The question then is such dualism consistent with Jung's larger body of ideas and positions? I submit that it isn't. Jung invites us to think of the psyche as something analogous to the spectrum of light, which runs from the infrared to the ultraviolet. In the middle of the spectrum, corresponding to visible light, we have the psyche proper. On the higher, ultraviolet end we have the spiritual psychoid. On the lower, infrared end we have the instinctual psychoid, CFONP, 143 to 144 and 146. As already discussed, the implication of this way of thinking is that there must be no difference in essence between the psychoid and the properly psychic, for the same reason that light across all colors of the spectrum, visible or otherwise, is still essentially light. The only difference between the properly psychic and the psychoid must thus be one of degree, just as red, or even infrared, and violet, or even ultraviolet, light differ only in frequency of oscillation. Crucially, Jung pushes the light spectrum analogy beyond the psychoid segments of the psyche and into the physical and spiritual worlds at large, just as the psychic infrared, the biological instinctual psyche, gradually passes over into the physiology of the organism and thus merges with its chemical and physical conditions, so the psychic ultraviolet describes a field which can no longer be regarded as psychic, although it manifests itself psychically. ONP 148 to 149, emphasis added. Jung is suggesting here that the psyche, through its psychoid segments, gradually passes over into matter on the one end and spirit on the other. Such continuity between matter, psyche and spirit implies that there can be no fundamental metaphysical distinction between them. These three categories must, instead, represent but relative differences in degree of manifestation of one and the same substrate. The passage above isn't an isolated fluke. Jung is perhaps even clearer about this point in another work. The unconscious is the psyche that reaches down from the daylight of mentally and morally lucid consciousness into the nervous system that for ages has been known as the sympathetic. ACU 19, emphasis added. His highlighting the label sympathetic suggests that, in his view, the sympathetic nervous system has something to do with relating to someone else's inner feelings, as in sympathy, rapport or empathy. Indeed, Jung continues with yet another extraordinary claim, oozing with major metaphysical implications. The sympathetic nervous system not only gives us knowledge of the innermost life of other beings, but also has an inner effect upon them. ACU 20, emphasis added. Significantly, both the knowledge and the effect alluded to above take place without mediation by the senses, for, as Jung makes a point to emphasize, the sympathetic nervous system functions without sense organs. ACU 19. Moreover, reading this passage in its context, one can find no reason to interpret it as merely metaphorical. Instead, Jung seems to be stating, as plainly as it can be stated, that what we call the sympathetic nervous system represents a transpersonal metaphysical ground that psychically connects living beings together, allowing them to directly exchange knowledge and psychic influences with one another. One can hardly avoid the conclusion that, with this claim, Jung is providing a metaphysical interpretation of the collective unconscious itself. The claim eliminates any possible categorical distinction between the psyche and the matter of the nervous system. As a matter of fact, Jung explicitly acknowledges in a letter to Polly that the physical and psychic matrix is identical. AA 126, emphasis added. His motivation for saying so is the already discussed fact that, according to synchronicity theory, the archetypes organize the material world at large just as they organize the psyche proper. So it's difficult to imagine, if synchronicity holds, that matter and psyche could be essentially distinct. Instead, Jung posits that they have the same categorical basis. But what about spirit? Is its categorical basis different from that of psyche and matter? After reminding Polly that psyche is for me, as you know, a general term indicating the substance of all phenomena of the inner world, AA 125, emphasis added. Jung proceeds to contend that spirit characterizes a specific category of this substance, namely, all those contents that cannot be derived either from the body or from the external world. AA 125. Emphasis added. So not only are matter and psyche identical in essence, spirit and psyche are also essentially the same. And as if to nicely, though redundantly, complete this triangle of identities, Jung adds somewhere else, spirit and matter may well be forms of one and the same transcendental being. For instance, the Tantrists, with as much right, say that matter is nothing other than the concreteness of God's thoughts. ACU 212, emphasis added. Any conceivable doubt about these metaphysical identities is eliminated when Jung confirms that even the psychoid segment of the psyche is constituted by the common substance. Among the things that are part of the substance of the psychic are psychoid archetypes. AA 126, emphasis added. Therefore, matter, psyche, including the psychoid, and spirit are all manifestations of a single substrate. They all share the same categorical basis. They are all constituted by the same intrinsic essence. Consequently, there is no room left for dualism. For Jung, there is no spirit separate from matter, and no matter separate from psyche. Jung is, most definitely, a metaphysical monist. But what, then, is this common essence? An important, perhaps even decisive, clue is given when Jung states that, in the interplay of psyche, matter and spirit, the psyche must be given a middle or superior position. AA 126, emphasis added. Indeed, Jung is deeply and unambiguously committed to Kantian epistemology, according to which psychic life, i.e., the Kantian phenomena, is all we can really know, everything else, i.e. the Kantian noumena, being unknowable. He expresses this commitment in passages such as, the psyche will never get beyond itself. All comprehension and all that is comprehended is in itself psychic, and to that extent we are hopelessly cooped up in an exclusively psychic world. MDR 385. And psychic happenings constitute our only immediate experience. My sense impressions, for all that they force upon me a world of impenetrable objects occupying space, are psychic images, and these alone are my immediate experience. All our knowledge is conditioned by the psyche which, because it alone is immediate, is superlatively real. MMSS 194, emphasis added. Often, however, Jung seems to cross the boundary that separates epistemology from metaphysics and assert that the psyche is metaphysically primary. I am not alluding to the vulgar notion that anything psychic is either nothing at all, as in eliminative materialism superscript 1, or at best even more tenuous than a gas, i.e., a reducible epiphenomenon, as in mainstream materialism. Quite the contrary, I am of the opinion that the psyche is indisputably real. ACU 116, emphasis added. Jung often uses the adjective real where today's philosophers would use the term irreducible. What he means by insisting that the psyche is indisputably or superlatively real is that it isn't reducible to, i.e., explainable in terms of something non-psychic. Instead, the psyche is real in the sense that it is a fundamental aspect of nature. This becomes clearer, for instance, in a passage of Jung's correspondence with Father White. Reduce something to a whim or an imagination, then it vanishes into mu, i.e. nothingness. I firmly believe, however, that the psyche is an omicron sigma alpha. JWL 141, omicron sigma alpha, usha, is the ancient Greek word for substance, essence, gist, even being, something that exists in and by itself, independently of anything else. So by claiming that the psyche is itself an omicron sigma alpha, Jung is saying that it is its own metaphysical ground or category, i.e. the psychic. And as if to eliminate any possible doubt in this regard, he declares, the psyche deserves to be taken as a phenomenon in its own right. There are no grounds at all for regarding it as a mere epiphenomenon. ONP 8-9, emphasis added. Jung goes even further and argues that the psyche is a necessary condition for the very existence of everything else, not only our knowledge thereof. For instance, he states that existence is only real when it is conscious to somebody. AJ 11, and that psyche is existent, it is even existence itself, pr. 12, emphasis added. At one point he elaborates on this fundamental metaphysical claim: the psyche is the world's pivot. Not only is it the one great condition for the existence of a world at all, it is also an intervention in the existing natural order, and no one can say with certainty where this intervention will finally end. ONP 151, emphasis added, so perhaps it never ends, in which case the world is psychic. In a letter to Polly, Jung even dares to define physics as a science of ideas with a material label, which he then rushes to point out, lest he inadvertently confesses to his covert philosophical inclinations, is an epistemological definition. Not a practical 1-inch, AA 111, emphasis added. One can almost feel the tension between what Jung senses intuitively and what he allows himself to state overtly, so to manage how Polly and others perceive his work. Nonetheless, the extrapolation of epistemic points into metaphysics territory is not necessarily wrong, or even inappropriate. After all we have to make inferences about the nature of reality is our knowledge of reality. The fundamental limitations of knowledge can, and should, play a decisive role in our metaphysical views. Where the reach of knowledge decreases, our sense of implausibility should increase, cf. Kastrup 2018. This is precisely how Jung seems to think. For all these reasons, I submit that, once he is faced with the need to postulate something beyond the human psyche to account for what Polly calls the structural elements of cosmic order, Jung cannot help but to implicitly extrapolate the metaphysical essence of the psyche itself past the psyche's ostensibly human boundaries. Jung thinks of the transpersonal ground beyond ourselves as an extension of the psychic substance, omicron sigma alpha, which not only links living beings together, but also living beings and the inorganic world. Now, recall that, as discussed earlier, the essential nature of the psyche is experiential. Consequently, insofar as they share the same metaphysical ground as the psyche, matter and spirit, as opposite extremes in the psychic spectrum, must also be experiential. Jung's theories thus imply a form of metaphysical idealism. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 All existence unfolds in a greater and more comprehensive consciousness in the form of a play of experiences. Idealism is a monist position, i.e., it states that there is but one intrinsic essence underlying all existence, distinct from dualism. Therefore, the dualist interpretation of synchronicity discussed earlier isn't consistent with the broader context of Jung's thought. It is not a problem to discard it, though, for we no longer need dualism anyway. The so-called physical world, under idealism, is already essentially psychic in and of itself. As such, it can directly express meaning without a metaphysically distinct world soul manipulating it from behind the scenes. In a sense, the physical world already is the world soul. The qualities we attribute to physicality, form, color, temperature, consistency, concreteness, etc., are merely appearances. They are how a fundamentally psychic world soul presents itself on the screen of our perceptions. Such idealist interpretation allows all of Jung's key metaphysics-related contentions, not only synchronicity, to cohere elegantly and parsimoniously. I shall discuss this in more depth later. For now, however, we must address some passages in Jung's writings that, at first sight, and out of context, may seem to contradict the idealist interpretation proposed above. For instance, although there is no form of existence that is not mediated to us psychically, and only psychically, it would hardly do to say that everything is merely psychic. ONP 149. To properly interpret passages such as this, we must keep in mind that by psychic Jung often means properly psychic, i.e., conscious. So he is simply acknowledging that not everything is a conscious experience, for there are also unconscious experiences, i.e., phenomenal states not accessible to the ego through introspection. Indeed, when Jung is being more guarded and careful, trying not to antagonize the predominantly materialist views of his time, he seems to deliberately exploit the ambiguity of the word psychic. Here is another example. In a letter written in March 1953, Polly admonishes Jung to not once again make too much of the psychic factor, AA 106, original emphasis. To which Jung replies, in a reconciliatory and accommodating tone, we can say of an object that it is psychic when it is ascertainable only as a concept. But if it has features that indicate its non-psychic autonomous existence, we naturally tend to accept it as non-psychic. AA 113, emphasis added. By associating the non-psychic with something autonomous, i.e. outside deliberate volitional control, Jung is using the qualifier psychic in the more restrictive sense of properly psychic. So the statement does not contradict idealism, in that it only acknowledges that there is something beyond consciousness, not necessarily beyond experience. Yet, the wording is just ambiguous enough that it could be interpreted by Pauli as an acknowledgement of the possibility of a material world outside and independent of experience. An even more important interpretative avenue is this: when he says that the psychoid archetypes are part of the substance of the psychic, Jung clearly means that the categorical basis, i.e. the metaphysical essence, of the archetypes is psychic, experiential, even though they manifest themselves beyond the human psyche. However, when he doubts that the archetypes are exclusively psychic, cf. e.g. ONP 166, he means that the human psyche isn't the sole locus of archetypal manifestation, the latter taking place in the physical world at large as well. Although apparently contradictory, these statements are perfectly reconcilable if interpreted charitably. In one case, psychic refers to the metaphysical essence, whereas in the other case it refers to human experiential boundaries. Here is an analogy to help clarify the point. Imagine farmers who live in the Egyptian inland desert, and the only instance of water they've ever seen is the River Nile. They've never seen rain, snow, lakes, ice, or the sea. Imagine further that they call the substance or essence of the river riverness, instead of water, for they've never experienced water in any other form or manifestation. In regard to the psychic, we are in an analogous position to that of the farmers. The only instance of psychic contents we ever become directly acquainted with is our own human psyche, so we refer to the metaphysical essence of these contents as, well, psychic, just as the farmers refer to the essence of the river as riverness. However, analogously to how water manifests itself beyond the River Nile, in the form of oceans, lakes, hail, etc., the psychic essence also manifests itself beyond the human psyche, even though we cannot ascertain it directly. This is what Jung means when he denies that the archetypes are exclusively psychic. They are not restricted to the human psyche. Nonetheless, the archetypes are still psychic in essence, in the same way that the oceans and rain are still riverness, i.e. water, in essence, even though they are not encompassed by the River Nile. This latter point is what Jung means when he claims that the psychoid archetypes are part of the substance of the psychic. There is a more conspicuous passage in which Jung seems to contradict idealism by appearing to favor a different metaphysics, since psyche and matter are contained in one and the same world, and moreover are in continuous contact with one another and ultimately rest on irrepresentable, transcendental factors. It is not only possible, but fairly probable, even, that psyche and matter are two different aspects of one and the same thing. ONP 148. One might hastily conclude from reading this passage out of context that Jung's favored metaphysics is dual-aspect monism, the notion that psyche and matter are merely two different aspects of a concealed, fundamental metaphysical substrate that, in turn, is neither psychic nor material in essence, cf. Stubbenberg 2018, section 8.3. This, of course, would contradict Jung's stated position that the psychic is its own O sigma alpha, substance, essence, being, for in the case of dual-aspect monism the psychic would be merely a view or representation of a non-psychic substance. So what is going on? Careful analysis reveals a very different point here then. An appeal to dual-aspect monism. Allow me to elaborate. First, let us clarify what Jung means by claiming that matter rests on transcendental factors, as recognized by Kant already in the 18th century. All we can become directly acquainted with are explicit perceptions, i.e. conscious contents of the psyche that merely represent an external world. The non-experiential, non-psychic, essentially material substrate that, according to mainstream materialism, supposedly causes these perceptions by stimulating our sense organs cannot be known as it is in itself. As such, insofar as it can be known for sure, matter is merely an inference, a theoretical abstraction of ego consciousness, cf. e.g. Kastrup 2018. In Jung's words, the only form of existence we know of immediately is psychic. We might as well say that physical existence is merely an inference, since we know of matter only in so far as we perceive psychic images transmitted by the senses. PR 11, emphasis added. Jung then states that the psyche, like matter, also rests on transcendental factors. But since the experiential contents of ego consciousness are precisely the only thing we can become directly acquainted with, what does he mean by that statement? Here again, the crux of the matter is Jung's inconsistent usage of the term psyche to refer sometimes to the psyche proper, other times to the foundation of the psyche, i.e. the collective unconscious, and yet other times to the psyche as a whole. The claim that the psyche rests on transcendental factors gives us the clue we need to figure out which denotation is meant in this particular context. Indeed, in the discussion that immediately precedes the passage wherein Jung seems to suggest dual-aspect monism, he focuses entirely on highlighting the unknowability of the psychoid realm of the psyche, i.e. the archetypes in the collective unconscious. Therefore, by claiming that the psyche rests on transcendental factors, he is alluding to the collective unconscious, a part of the psyche that transcends our ability to become directly acquainted with. The psyche proper, i.e. ego consciousness, is, by definition, not transcendental. Indeed, it's the one thing we have direct access to. So the psyche proper doesn't belong in the comparison with matter that Jung attempts to make, at any rate, not on the basis of the argument he puts forward to justify the comparison. It is the collective unconscious alone that Jung means to equate with matter, not the psyche as a whole. Both the collective unconscious and matter, as they are in themselves, cannot be apprehended directly, but just inferred from their effects on ego consciousness. This is much clearer and unambiguous, for instance, in Jung's correspondence with Pauli, in which the two men discuss the equivalence between the mundus archetypus, i.e. the collective unconscious, the domain of the archetypes, and the physis, i.e. the physical world. The wholeness of man, which includes ego consciousness, holds the middle position, namely between the mundus archetypus, which is real, because it acts, and the physis, which is just as real, because it acts. The principle of both, however, is unknown and therefore not ascertainable. Moreover, there are grounds for supposing that both are different aspects of one and the same principle, AA 101, emphasis added. That is, the physis may in some sense be equivalent to the mundus archetypus, but not to the psyche as a whole. Unlike the principles of the physis and the mundus archetypus, that of the psyche proper, i.e. ego consciousness, is ascertainable. As such, the psyche proper is part of the middle position, not of the world of matter. One doesn't even need to appeal to Jung's technical writings to see that what he equates with matter is the collective unconscious, not the psyche as a whole. In a letter, he states it in very plain and unambiguous language, almost as if he were trying to dispel any remaining doubt about the very point in contention here. So far as we can see, the collective unconscious is identical with nature to the extent that nature herself, including matter, is unknown to us. I have nothing against the assumption that the psyche is a quality of matter, or matter the concrete aspect of the psyche, provided that psyche is defined as the collective unconscious. L. Volume 2, 540. Such inconsistent usage of the term psyche occurs frequently in Jung's corpus. For instance, within the space of 3 paragraphs in a letter to Pauli, Jung claims first that the psyche is not a metaphysical concept, but an empirical one, AA 112, emphasis added, just to state, 2 paragraphs later, that matter, psyche, and spirit are in themselves of an unknown nature, and thus are metaphysical or postulated, AA 113, emphasis added. In the first statement, what Jung means by psyche is the psyche proper, whose contents we can inspect directly through introspection. In the second sentence, he means by it the collective unconscious, which we cannot inspect directly, but only infer on the basis of its effects on ego consciousness. Therefore, I submit that the correct interpretation of Jung's seemingly dual-aspect monist hypothesis above is the following: both the objective psyche, more specifically, the collective unconscious, and the objective world, i.e. matter, are conceptual inferences of ego consciousness, neither being amenable to direct inspection. All we can know about them is their effects on ego consciousness, caused by their impinging on it, either through the sense organs, in the case of the objective world, or through a shared, internal psychic boundary, in the case of the objective psyche. Therefore, it is conceivable, even likely, because of parsimony considerations, that the objective world and the objective psyche are essentially the same entity, impinging on our subjectivity in two different ways. Once one understands what Jung is actually trying to say here, the symmetry and elegance of his vision become clear. The external world we perceive with our sense organs, as it is in itself, is transcendent, autonomous, independent of our volition, seemingly separate from us, animated by its own impetus, and organized according to archetypes, cf. Synchronicity. We perceive this world because its dynamisms impinge on ego consciousness through the sense organs, generating the autonomous imagery of perception. In an entirely analogous manner, the collective unconscious, as it is in itself, is also transcendent, autonomous, independent of our volition, seemingly separate from us, animated by its own impetus and organized according to archetypes. We perceive the collective unconscious because its dynamisms impinge on ego consciousness through a shared, internal psychic boundary, generating the autonomous imagery of dreams and visions. Do you see the elegant symmetry of this view? For Jung, the external physical world and the collective unconscious are one and the same thing presenting itself to us in two different ways. Both impinge on ego consciousness, generating autonomous imagery we can witness but not control. Put simply, the supposedly material substrate underlying perception isn't material at all, it is the collective unconscious itself. In a 1954 letter to Father White, Jung brings this notion to life. The collective unconscious is the sphere where the paint is made that colors the world, where the light is created that makes shine the splendor of the dawn, the lines and shapes of all form, the sound that fills the orbit, the thought that illuminates the darkness of the void. JWL 241. All this is illustrated in Figure 4. The collective unconscious is both an internal segment of the human psyche and the external environment that surrounds the human psyche. It impinges on ego consciousness both from within, thereby generating the objective imagery of dreams and visions, and without, thereby generating the equally objective imagery on the screen of perception, through the mediation of the sense organs. The result of the latter impingement is what we call the physical world. As such, the collective unconscious is responsible for all seemingly autonomous imagery we consciously experience. We, human beings, by virtue of surrounding the mundus archetypus, and being surrounded by the physis, occupy the middle position between the two. Figure 4. We both surround and are surrounded by the collective unconscious, the objective part of the psyche that impinges on ego consciousness and creates the autonomous imagery of perceptions, dreams and visions. Now, as we've seen earlier, both consciousness and the unconscious are essentially experiential. So by positing that the collective unconscious and the physical world are the same thing manifest in two ways, Jung is again implying that the physical world is also essentially experiential. The resulting metaphysics is not dual-aspect monism, but, once again, idealism. More specifically, it is what today's analytic philosophers call objective idealism, Chalmers 2018. According to objective idealism, there is a world out there, outside the volitional control of ego consciousness, but it is a world constituted by transpersonal experiences. These transpersonal experiences, objective from the perspective of the ego, impinge on ego consciousness in two ways, creating autonomous imagery in both cases. Hence, according to Jung's hardly disguised metaphysical views, all existence can be reduced to, i.e., explained in terms of phenomenality. In the discussion above, I've argued that, for Jung, we can become directly acquainted only with the psychic, everything else being merely inferred. There are passages, however, in which Jung may seem to contradict this. For instance, to inquire into the substance of what has been observed is possible in natural science only where there is an Archimedean point outside. For the psyche, no such outside standpoint exists, only the psyche can observe the psyche. Consequently, knowledge of the psychic substance is impossible for us. ACU 207, original emphasis, superscript 1 superscript 3. By Archimedean point, Jung means an external vantage point from which the defining characteristics of the substance in question can be consciously observed and contrasted with something else that isn't the substance. For instance, mass is defined in terms of having inertia, which massless particles, such as photons, do not have. Whereas we consciously observe that mass resists changes in speed and direction of movement, we observe no such resistance when it comes to light. That we can consciously observe the contrasting behavior of mass and light from an external, Archimedean vantage point is what allows us to conceptually define them both in terms of each other. But when it comes to the psyche, there is no such external vantage point. Notice, however, that all this means is that we cannot conceptually define the psychic as we conceptually define e.g. mass, namely, as that which has inertia, in contrast to pure energy, and energy, namely, as that which performs work, in contrast to pure mass. After all, we cannot take an external vantage point so as to contrast the psychic with something non-psychic. We are hopelessly cooped up in an exclusively psychic world. One could try to define the psychic as that which is inherently experiential, but such definition is circular. Experiential is just another word for psychic. This is the difficulty Jung is alluding to in the passage quoted above. Be that as it may, the impossibility of conceptually defining the psychic, as desirable in the natural sciences, does not mean that we can't become acquainted with it and therefore know it in this latter sense. Babies become acquainted with their entire experiential environment before conceptual thinking even begins to develop in them. Indeed, it is impossible to not become acquainted with the psychic, for it is all we ever have. It is the water wherein we are always swimming. For Jung, we cannot know the psychic merely in the sense that we say fish cannot know water. Consequently, when Jung claims knowledge of the psychic substance is impossible for us, he means merely that we can't conceptually define it as a metaphysical ground, for we are immersed in it like fish in water. But we certainly know the psychic in the sense of being acquainted with it, with or without scientific definitions to accompany such acquaintance. As a matter of fact, the psychic is the only metaphysical ground we can ever be directly acquainted with, for all comprehension, and all that is comprehended is in itself psychic. Therefore, the passage quoted above in no way contradicts my earlier argumentation. Today, philosophers can persuasively argue for metaphysical idealism in a manner that is entirely consistent with modern science, cf. e.g. Kastrup 2014, 2016a. In fact, metaphysical idealism is arguably the only option left for making sense of the latest experimental results in fields such as quantum mechanics, cf. e.g. Kastrup 2019. Perhaps if Jung had been exposed to a complete and coherent formulation of idealism that answered all the key criticisms commonly leveraged against it, he would have allowed himself to express his metaphysical views more openly. Nonetheless, despite myriad seeming contradictions, if one interprets his words uncharitably and out of context, there is an interpretation of Jung's metaphysics-related contentions that reconciles them all: the metaphysical essence of everything, spirit, psyche, and the physical universe at large, is the same essence we become directly acquainted with through human experience, i.e. a phenomenal essence. Chapter 6. Religion. The modern attitude towards the divine can be summarized in the words, "Let's make sure the divine takes good care of us." But as for finding what, in reality, the divine might possibly need, let it look after itself. From here onwards one can sit back and watch how the idea of looking after the gods starts, almost by magic, vanishing from the Western world. And now it never for a moment occurs to us that the divine might be suffering, aching from our neglect, that the sacred desperately longs for our attention far more than we in some occasional, unconscious spasm might feel a brief burst of embarrassed longing for it. Peter Kingsley in Catafalque, 2018. The notion that the substrate of all reality, both inner and outer worlds, is essentially experiential has obvious religious overtones, in that such substrate could also be described as an omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, superordinate universal mind, of which we are all dissociated centers of awareness. Jung has come to this view by extrapolating the substance of his own conscious psyche both outward, to the world at large, and inward, to the transpersonal, unconscious foundation of his psyche. As we've seen, it is Kantian epistemology that intellectually motivates Jung to take psychic substance as nature's sole fundamental ground. Yet he clearly also had an innate experiential disposition to extend the psychic sphere beyond personal human boundaries anyway, which can be seen, for instance, in a famous passage of his autobiography. At times I feel as if I am spread out over the landscape and inside things, and am myself living in every tree, in the splashing of the waves, in the clouds and the animals that come and go, in the procession of the seasons. MDR 252. Echoing this, in a metaphysically pregnant passage of his technical writings, Jung describes the collective unconscious as a boundless expanse, where I experience the other in myself, and the other than myself experiences me. It is sheer objectivity, as wide as the world and open to all the world. There I am utterly one with the world, so much a part of it that I forget all too easily who I really am. Lost in oneself is a good way of describing this state. But this self is the world, if only a consciousness could see it. ACU 22, emphasis added. Here we have Jung not only claiming unambiguously that we are one with the world itself, but also that this identity can be recognized experientially. The implication, once again, is that we and the world at large are all parts of some boundless universal mind, in the most comprehensive sense of the world. Some authors suggest that the collective unconscious consists merely of a common genetic inheritance, cf. e.g. Stevens 2001, 51-52. If each person inherits their own private copy of the collective unconscious from their parents, there is no need to postulate a transpersonal metaphysical ground psychically linking people together. The collective unconscious is collective merely by virtue of the fact that everyone has a copy of it, or so the story goes. However, not only do Jung's own words, as just quoted above, contradict this unambiguously, when it comes to the extended notion of synchronicity discussed between Jung and Polly, a transpersonal psychic ground cannot be avoided. After all, the physical world at large receives no genetic inheritance from human beings. If the archetypes organize the physical world just as they do human psychic activity, then there has to be some common, unitary, underlying metaphysical field that links everyone and everything together. Jung proceeds to identify this unifying field with God itself. Nature, the psyche, and life appear to me like divinity unfolded, MDR 306. I shall elaborate more on this shortly. For now, though, bear with me. The one technical book wherein Jung seems to give himself permission to discuss religious metaphysics more directly, and therefore say more about divinity and its relation to us and the physical world, is Answer to Job A.J. Consider, for instance, the following passage. Psychologism represents a still primitive mode of thinking, with the help of which one hopes to conjure the reality of the soul out of existence. One would be very ill-advised to identify me with such a childish standpoint. However, I have been asked so often whether I believe in God or not that I am somewhat concerned lest I be taken for an adherent of psychologism far more commonly than I suspect. What most people overlook or seem to be unable to understand is the fact that I regard the psyche as real. They believe only in physical facts and must consequently come to the conclusion that either the uranium itself or the laboratory equipment created the atom bomb. That is no less absurd than the assumption that a non-real psyche is responsible for it. God is an obvious psychic and non-physical fact, i.e., a fact that can be established psychically, but not physically. AJ 133, emphasis added. To assert the obvious psychic and non-physical fact of God's existence is a bold step for the metaphysically reticent Jung. The assertion is particularly significant because it happens in a passage wherein Jung also distances himself from psychologism. Given the context, it is impossible to argue that Jung is merely psychologizing the notion of God. For him, God is real in the same sense that the psyche, too, is real, i.e., irreducible. Under Jung's metaphysics, to place God in the psychic sphere does not in any way diminish God's reality or significance, for everything that truly is can only be psychic. This is what most people overlook or seem to be unable to understand. Despite being often misunderstood, Jung is very consistent in this position. Already in an earlier work, he had been even more explicit in distancing himself from, as well as denouncing, the mistake of psychologizing God. After stating that materialism was the first inevitable error of our despiritualized culture, he goes on to say, "The second inevitable mistake is psychologism. If God is anything, he must be an illusion derived from certain motives, from fear, for instance, from will to power, or from repressed sexuality." PR 103, emphasis added. In general, whenever he attempts to explain things in psychological terms, Jung shouldn't be interpreted as denying the reality or significance of what he is explaining. CFPA 8-9, i.e., he shouldn't be taken for an adherent of psychologism. Instead, the psychological terms are simply the natural and appropriate language for making sense of the irreducibly experiential reality he is attempting to elucidate. For Jung, making sense of life and world in psychological terms merely acknowledges their fundamentally psychic nature. But can we regard Answer to Job as a true religious confession by Jung? Could it, instead, be simply a detached psychological analysis of scripture written, for maximum effect, in metaphorical language? Admittedly, the book is written in a way that leaves room for different interpretations almost until the end. For most of the text, it remains unclear whether Jung is analyzing the writers of scripture, carrying out an exercise in scriptural exegesis, or discussing his own personal religious views. On face value, the latter possibility is the one that best matches the tone and style of the text, but it's difficult to be certain. However, in the closing of the book, after reassuringly clarifying that the account I have given corresponds to a process of differentiation in human consciousness, AJ 141, Jung immediately adds these extraordinary words. Since the archetypes in question are not mere objects of the personal human mind, but are also autonomous factors, i.e., living subjects, the differentiation of consciousness can be understood as the effect of the intervention of transcendentally conditioned dynamisms. AJ 141, emphasis added. What a wonderfully technical way to embrace religious metaphysics. Instead of autonomous living subjects who intervene in human, inner, life through transcendentally conditioned dynamisms, we might as well talk of angels, demons, and the whole celestial entourage guiding and messing with human psychic evolution. As a matter of fact, Jung himself states that the demons, relatively autonomous, fragmentary personalities, correspond to angels and demons, JWL 70. No, I am not mocking Jung, and would never dare to do so, I know better by now. I am simply marveling at his ability to be so candid and clear about his religious views while, rather miraculously, preserving plausible deniability that he is straying away from scientific psychology at all. At the risk of repeating myself, I must emphasize again that, while some interpret Answer to Job as mere psychologizing of religion, i.e., as relegating religious ideas to the position of subjective epiphenomena, as opposed to objective spiritual realities, under Jung's metaphysical idealism to be psychic is to be ultimately real, for there is nothing but the psychic. In a 1947 letter to Pastor Werner Niederer, Jung explains, above all, it must be understood that there is objective psychic existence, and that psychological explanation is not necessarily psychologizing, i.e., subjectivizing. JWL 293, original emphasis. So by placing angels, demons, and God itself in the sphere of the psychic, Jung is far from denying their reality, much to the contrary. He is precisely attributing to these entities the same felt reality you and I, as psychic agents, have. You and I, too, are just relatively sophisticated demons immersed in the ocean of the collective unconscious. Even the physical world itself, as we've seen in the previous chapter, is a manifestation of the collective unconscious. There is nothing that isn't psychic. And to those guilty of the prejudice that the deity is outside man, PR 72, who feel that placing God and its entourage in the psychic sphere somehow confines them, Jung has these enlightening words to say. The psyche reaches so far beyond the boundary line of consciousness that the latter could be easily compared to an island in the ocean. While the island is small and narrow, the ocean is immensely wide and deep, so that if it is a question of space, it does not matter whether the gods are inside or outside. PR 102, emphasis added. This is Jung's genius. Whereas the mainstream might read a form of neutering of religion into his contention that the gods are psychic, and then ironically nod in diluted agreement, those who actually understand him know that, for Jung, religion is as significant as anything can possibly be. His brilliance is in framing his message so that it mirrors the foolish expectations of the mainstream, and therefore masquerades as mainstream, while conveying its intended meaning fully, openly, without any concession or compromise, to those with the eyes to see it. Jung hides his religious views in plain sight. Consider, for instance, Don Cupid's words in his famous 1984 TV series, Sea of Faith. Jung always accepted that natural science gives us our only knowledge of the external physical world. But there is another world, the inner world of the psyche. For Jung, religion is about that inner world. All religious truths and religious objects are simply psychological. Emphasis added. Here we see how effectively Jung's ideas masquerade as mainstream and hide in plain sight. The condescending confining of religion to the simply psychological, which is presented as a world other than the physical, is bound to sound reassuring to the vulgar materialist spirit of this time. Yes, for Jung religion is indeed about the psychic, but so is everything else. For him even the external world beyond the personal psyche, which we perceive via the five senses, is in itself essentially psychic and organized by archetypes. We are, and are immersed in, the psychic. A physical world outside and independent of the psychic sphere is only a theoretical abstraction, known only conceptually and ultimately unreal. It is precisely for being simply psychological that religious truths and religious objects are real in the same way that the world perceived through the senses is real. The world of the psyche is not separate from the external world. Instead, it includes the latter. But what fraction of the TV audience that hears Cupid's affable words realizes this? The possibility that Jung uses Answer to Job to make a hardly camouflaged religious confession becomes even more compelling when we consider that, according to Katrine Clay, 2016, 339-340, the completion of the book gave him the happiest moment of his life and made him feel that he had redeemed his father, a Protestant pastor. A book whose completion gives its author the happiest moment of his life cannot be a detached analytical exercise. Instead, it must speak to the deepest, most intimate aspects of his inner life. That such is the case with Answer to Job was clear to those close to Jung. For instance, Father White had never supposed that Jung would publish so personal a document. JWL 289 emphasis added. Jung himself admits that writing Answer to Job was an experience charged with emotion, MDR 243. Peter Kingsley's ridiculously well-documented account vividly illustrates this. Answer to Job swept through him, i.e. Jung, along with his home and household, like a storm. For the months that he was writing, then revising, the text there were times when he not only hardly slept but hardly shaved, hardly washed. He shut himself away for hours and worked until he was exhausted. Then he became moody and often furious, lashed out for no reason, was crude and rude. Kingsley 2018, 354. These are hardly the reactions of someone engaged in the writing of a detached analysis of Scripture. No, clearly Answer to Job was personal, very personal. And it is in this context that a couple of the book's most significant messages, as summarized in two key passages quoted below, are so revealing of Jung's religious thought. Here is the first. It was only very lately that we realized, or rather, are beginning to realize, that God is reality itself and therefore, last but not least, man. AJ 48, emphasis added. That is, God is the unifying experiential field at the ground of all reality, including ourselves. As dissociated psychic complexes, or demons of this field, bits of God that had become independent, MDR 86, our essence is the field. And so, in an important sense, God is us. In an earlier work, Jung had already given indications that he tended towards this notion. There he asserts that there is psychological justification for the view, held by our forefathers, which posited the individual soul, i.e. personal psyche, to be dependent upon a world system of the spirit. Our forefathers assumed without question that this system was a being with a will and consciousness, and they called this being God, the quintessence of reality. MMSS 192, emphasis added. In asserting that there is psychological justification for this view, Jung equates the world system of the spirit with his own concept of the collective unconscious, cf. MMSS 191-192. Therefore, here Jung is already confessing to sympathizing with the equation collective unconscious equals God, a position, as we shall discuss now, that congealed later in his life. Indeed, here is the second key passage of Answer to Job. The unconscious wants to flow into consciousness in order to reach the light, but at the same time it continually thwarts itself, because it would rather remain unconscious. That is to say, God wants to become man, but not quite. AJ 123, emphasis added. For Jung, God itself, as an irreducible metaphysical reality, is to be found in the collective unconscious, or rather, it is indistinguishable from the unconscious. It is only through the psyche that we can establish that God acts upon us, but we are unable to distinguish whether these actions emanate from God or from the unconscious. We cannot tell whether God and the unconscious are two different entities. AJ 139. What is meant by this is more than to say that the God image is derived from the collective unconscious, corresponding to the archetype of the self, which is empirically verifiable and standard Jungian doctrine. Here, instead, Jung is speculating about a metaphysical identity between God and the collective unconscious. Superscript 1. The implication, if he is correct, is that the very categorical basis, the metaphysical essence, of the unconscious is the same as that of the divinity, and, as we've seen, this essence is experiential. As such, Jung's God is an all-encompassing overmind, of which we are diminutive segments, demons, dissociated psychic complexes. Consequently, given the extended version of synchronicity that places the collective unconscious at the metaphysical foundation of the physical world itself, the whole of nature, organic and inorganic, is divinity unfolded. Jung's views in this regard echo Spinoza's, for whom the essence of all nature was God. The difference is that, whereas Spinoza reserved for God its own mysterious categorical basis, for Jung the essence of nature, and God is known, it is the substance of all phenomena of the inner world, AA 125. By epistemically resisting the attribution of reality to anything non-psychic, and thereby relegating non-psychic matter and spirit to the status of mere concepts, CFAA 112-113, Jung ends up finding God in a metaphysically extended form of psyche, far transcending human boundaries. The divinity, for him, is a unifying, universal, all-encompassing field of phenomenality. And now we're finally about to reach the climax of this little book, an elucidation of what, in my view, is the most important point Jung has ever made, the crown jewel of his immense legacy. Indeed, if I were to pick one message for humanity to heed from across Jung's entire corpus, one with the potential to transform our lives, it would be what is discussed below. So, without further ado, let's get to it. As Jung himself put it, meaninglessness inhibits fullness of life, and is therefore equivalent to illness. Meaning makes a great many things endurable, perhaps everything. MDR 373. So what is the meaning of our lives as tiny little demons within the unfathomable immensity of the collective unconscious? What is the purpose of our powerless existence before the overwhelming might of God? To put it more simply, why does God need us, puny creatures struggling to survive on this planet, in a corner of an unremarkable galaxy, assailed by all sorts of superior powers both from within, the demons in the collective unconscious, which inflict unbearable anxieties and disillusionment upon us, and without, the destructive forces of nature, which threaten our bodily integrity? Framed in this manner, it is extraordinarily difficult to find a persuasive and satisfying answer to these questions. But if we can't find one, our lives may be all for nothing, our pain and suffering may serve no purpose, our joy and elation may be ephemeral phantasms with no significance. This question of meaning has been at the forefront of human life since at least the Enlightenment, in the century. Whereas religions would have provided some measure of reassurance before the Enlightenment, modern humans find themselves at the mercy of a shallow and reductive worldview, the spirit of this time, prone to driving us to existential despair. And here is where Jung has come to play an indispensable role in our history, that of opening a compelling and satisfying horizon of meaning for modern humanity. He summarizes his contention in a seemingly innocent little passage of, "What else? Answer to Job. What does man possess that God does not have? Because of his littleness, puniness, and defenselessness against the Almighty, he possesses a somewhat keener consciousness based on self-reflection. He must, in order to survive, always be mindful of his impotence. God has no need of this circumspection, for nowhere does he come up against an insuperable obstacle that would force him to hesitate, and hence make him reflect on himself." AJ 14-15, emphasis added. Self-reflection, i.e. conscious metacognition, meta-consciousness, our ability to know that we experience, to separate ourselves, as subjects, from our own objectified psychic contents, is what God needs us for. Although he has superior, and even omniscient knowledge, God cannot consult his total knowledge, AJ 37, emphasis added, i.e. the divinity cannot deliberately introspect as we can. Instead, God is both instinctual and spiritual, surrounding us from both ends of the psychic spectrum, see Figure 1 again, but not conscious as Jung defines the word. Only through us does the divinity attain consciousness. As the eye to the sun, so the human soul corresponds to God, explains Jung in wonderfully aphoristic words, PA 10, and I destined to behold the light, PA 13. It is because of this that God wants to become man by means of the biblical incarnation. We are incarnate sparks of divine being, here to render a service to God. As such, man's life should be sacrificial, that is, offered up to an idea greater than man, PR 94. This greater idea is divine self-awareness. While Answer to Job is indeed an account of a process of differentiation in human consciousness, it is equally an account of the inception and growth of God's own self-awareness, enabled by our service. Jung continues elsewhere. That is the meaning of divine service, or the service which man can render to God, that light may emerge from the darkness, that the Creator may become conscious of his creation, and man conscious of himself. MDR 371. We can render this service to God because, just as the unconscious affects us, so the increase in our consciousness affects the unconscious, MDR 358. This way, simply by reflecting upon life and world, we already automatically contribute to God's self-awareness, whether we know it or not. Jung's view implies that human life has inevitable meaning. Moreover, not only is human self-reflection the meaning of our existence, in a sense it is also what brings meaning and existence into being to begin with. Jung speaks of existence becoming real through reflection in consciousness, for without the reflecting consciousness of man the world is a gigantic meaningless machine, JWL 236 including note 51, emphasis added. So here you have it, in very few words, Jung offers a plausible and satisfying answer to what I consider to be life's most critical question, filling the vacuum left open by the death of God in the 19th century, cf. Taylor 2007, and restoring our sense of purpose and meaning. If only his message were more widespread and better understood. But in Jung's own view, the truly decisive question is somewhat different, cf. MDR 357. Are we, as finite human beings, related to something infinite or not? As argued throughout this book, his writings imply that the answer is yes. The collective unconscious is the matrix of all existence, both inner and outer, and, therefore, effectively infinite and eternal. We, as relatively sophisticated demons, but demons nonetheless, of the collective unconscious, are thus surely related to something infinite. Yet, throughout his technical corpus, Jung stops short of overtly admitting this so as to preserve a semblance of metaphysical neutrality. Only in the final years of his life, as he became increasingly engrossed in his autobiography, did he allow himself more latitude to confess his thoughts on the question. Indeed, already in the prologue of his autobiography, Jung offers a striking analogy. He compares life to the visible part of a plant, which rises in spring and decays in the fall. But the rhizome or root system, lying hidden in the soil, endures from year to year. What seems to be an ephemeral phenomenon, when contemplated from above ground, proves to be just a manifestation of an enduring hidden core. For Jung, thus, our individual lives are just like visible shoots sprouting from the eternal, invisible matrix of the collective unconscious. Our deaths are no more final than the autumn decay. The core of what is truly going on, of what we truly are, remains unaffected, ready to sprout new life in the following spring. Cf. MDR, 18. Jung goes on to relate two dreams that gave him a profound insight into the nature of personal identity. In the first dream, he is at his house in Kusnacht when four unidentified flying objects appear in the sky. One of them looks like a projector, with a circular lens attached to the main body. Unlike the other three, this latter object stands still in the air, pointing straight at Jung. Upon awakening, he interpreted this to mean that his empirical personality, his ego-body system, was merely a projection of something transcendent and enduring. Cf. MDR, 355. In the second dream, Jung wanders into a wayside chapel. Just in front of the altar he sees a yogi, sitting on the floor in a lotus position, and meditating with his eyes closed. When Jung gets closer, he realizes that the yogi has his, Jung's, face. Startled, he awakes with the following thought. Aha, so he is the one who is meditating me. He has a dream and I am it. I knew that when he awakened, I would no longer be. Myself retires into meditation and meditates my earthly form. MDR, 355 to 356. Jung concludes from these two dreams that our true self either is, or resides in, the collective unconscious, cf. MDR, 356, whereas our empirical personality, i.e. the visible ego-body system, is somehow generated, projected or meditated into existence by this true self. The question of whether our true self is, or merely resides in, the collective unconscious is a relevant one. In the latter case, the true self, the meditating yogi, the flying projector, is a kind of metadaemon of the collective unconscious, with its own history and dispositions. Our empirical personality arises then as a dissociated complex within the metadaemon. Upon bodily death, we simply fall back on the metadaemon, thus retaining some degree of differentiation and individual identity. However, if our true self is the collective unconscious, then it is the same for all of us, even for all living creatures. Death means the end of individual identity, and a return to an undifferentiated state, akin to what Schopenhauer described as the one eye of the world which looks out from all knowing creatures, Schopenhauer, and Payne 1969, Volume 1, 198. Unfortunately, Jung does not elaborate enough on this for us to discern his thoughts in this regard with more precision. Insofar as he identifies the collective unconscious with God and considers living creatures incarnations of God, meant to achieve self-reflection, Jung does, I believe, acknowledge that the ultimate self, now capitalized, is God and, as such, singular and undifferentiated. However, he also signals his openness to the possibility of there being, in between the empirical personality and the ultimate self, an intermediary self, the metadaemon, on which we fall back after bodily death, a truer but not ultimate self. For instance, at one point in his autobiography Jung recounts a near-death experience, NDE, he had after a heart attack in 1944. It is abundantly clear in his account that during the NDE, although he had parted with his empirical personality, he retained some form of individual identity, cf. MDR, 320 to 323, which he refers to as a primal form, MDR, 323. Moreover, still in his autobiography, Jung admits to being open to the notion of reincarnation, cf. MDR, 351, which presupposes the persistence of some form of individual identity after bodily death. We cannot resolve this issue, but neither is it truly necessary to do so. Even if there are whole hierarchies of intermediary selves between us and God, they, too, will be illusory, for the same reason that Jung tells us the empirical personality is illusory, cf. MDR, 356. What truly matters in Jung's message is the understanding that we are ultimately grounded in something infinite and eternal, and that our lives as finite beings, illusory as they may be, serve a divine purpose. Chapter 7. Finale. All that doth pass away is but a symbol, the insufficient here grows to existence, the indescribable here is it done. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, in Faust, 1832. Jung's work is a tour de force of the psyche, which, remarkably, leads to direct insights into the nature of life and the universe at large. 3 key ideas underlie his implicit metaphysical system. First, that of the collective unconscious as a transpersonal experiential field, which generates all autonomous imagery we experience as both the perceived physical world and the worlds of dreams and visions. Second, that of consciousness as an internally connected web of psychic contents that turns in upon itself so as to enable self-reflection. And third, that of demons, autonomous psychic complexes that, although internally connected and conscious, are dissociated from their psychic surroundings. These 3 key ideas explain much of the psychiatric phenomenology and psychopathology that Jung had to deal with in his professional practice. The notion of the collective unconscious made sense of the commonality of symbolic themes underlying his patients' dreams and psychotic visions. It also made sense of the uncanny conjunctions, synchronicities, between the contents of his patients' inner lives and the behavior of the physical world surrounding them. The notion of consciousness as a particular experiential configuration featuring high internal connectivity and self-reflection explained why much of his patients' psychic lives went unreported. While still experiential, this part of their inner lives wasn't self-reflective or introspectively accessible by the ego. Finally, the notion of intruding demons made sense not only of certain religious experiences, but also of the neurotic patterns of thinking, feeling and behaving, comparable to what once was called possession, that his patients felt powerless to resist. Remarkably, these same 3 ideas also have significant, if latent, explanatory power for making sense of the universe at large. Indeed, the collective unconscious, whose innate templates of behavior, or archetypes, organize both the individual psyche and the physical world, explains the nature of the physical world. Both our material bodies and the inanimate universe as a whole are the outer appearance of experiential inner life. This isn't at all surprising when it comes to our body, for the patterns of our metabolism, e.g. brain activity, are clearly what our experiential inner life, both conscious and unconscious, looks like from the outside. But Jung's metaphysics allows us to elegantly extend this very same notion to all matter in the universe, not only that in our bodies, thereby eliminating arbitrary metaphysical discontinuities. The inanimate universe, too, is what the experiential dynamisms in the collective unconscious look like from our dissociated demonic perspective. Jung's definition of consciousness as a particular configuration of experience, one entailing an internally connected web of cognitive associations and self-reflection, allows us to explain the inanimate matter in the universe as the outer appearance of experiential but unconscious inner life. It also allows us to make sense of the regularity and predictability of nature's behavior. Unconscious experiences aren't deliberate or premeditated, they are rather instinctual and, as such, regular and predictable. That's why, unlike our own conscious mentation, the laws of nature are so well ordered and self-consistent. Finally, Jung's notion of demons validates many aspects of the world's religious metaphysics. Although you and I are particularly sophisticated demons with visible bodies, Jung's main motivation for postulating the concept was empirical indications that autonomous complexes, without a corresponding bodily appearance, exist in the psychic sphere. In other words, he hypothesized the existence of discarnate demons, which can only be reported through introspection, not perception. In the context of Figure 4, such discarnate demons inhabit only the segment of the collective unconscious labeled mundus archetypus, not the one labeled physis. Although this may look like an inelegant asymmetry in Jung's system, we must not forget that the partition of the collective unconscious into physis and mundus archetypus is something we impose on it. Based on our perceptual possibilities and limitations, the division doesn't necessarily exist out there, in and of itself. Indeed, there is no reason to believe that the human perceptual apparatus would have evolved to pick out every salient dynamism in the collective unconscious. It is entirely plausible, even expectable, that many of these dynamisms don't have a sufficiently relevant impact on our ability to survive, and so evolution will have ignored them. Whatever our perceptual apparatus did evolve to register, we label physis or physicality, but that doesn't mean that what it doesn't register doesn't exist out there. Our inability to pick out discarnate demons with our five senses says nothing about the demon's metaphysical status, but only about our five senses. For all we know, those invisible entities are as real and concrete as a person. The angels, demons and deities of the world's religious traditions can be interpreted, according to Jung's metaphysics, as discarnate demons. And indeed, as religions throughout history have insisted upon, they can affect our inner lives both positively and negatively, often dramatically, even though their impact on our bodily survivability is likely very limited. Also, as religious traditions insist, they are autonomous agencies with a will, agenda, and mental life of their own. Still, as illustrated in Figure 4, we both surround and are surrounded by the collective unconscious. However, as discussed above, the distinction between physis and mundus archetypus is something we impose on nature, not necessarily how nature is structured in and of itself. Out there is only the collective unconscious as a whole. So the division illustrated in Figure 4 ultimately isn't a fair depiction of how things are in themselves. How can we now reconcile this conclusion with the whole train of thought, discussed in previous chapters, that has led to the figure? The truth is that Figure 4 acquiesces to a metaphysically biased way of seeing things, one that, unfortunately, the spirit of our times forces me to comply with if I am to be understood. In reality, whereas the dynamisms of the collective unconscious we pick out through our five senses, i.e. the physis, clearly surround us, the ones we pick out in the form of dreams, visions and drives, i.e. the mundus archetypus, only seem to be surrounded by us insofar as we assume them to exist within our head. This assumption, however, is merely an artifact of a particular metaphysics, materialism, which Jung rejects and denounces. He clarifies the issue by explaining that the psyche itself has no spatial extension and, therefore, cannot be said to be encompassed by our head, superscript 1. While everything else that exists takes up a certain amount of room, the soul, i.e. the psyche, cannot be located in space. What bulk can we ascribe to thoughts? Are they small, large, long, thin, heavy, fluid, straight, circular, or what? So, here we are with our immediate experiences of something that has taken root in the midst of our measurable, ponderable, three-dimensional reality, that differs bafflingly from this in every respect and in all its parts, and yet reflects it. MMSS 188. Insofar as our heads are objects in space, we cannot say that the psyche is in our heads, for that which is not in space to begin with cannot be encompassed by spatial boundaries, can it? As such, if we are to do justice to Jung's system and assess it according to its own logic, we must acknowledge that many dreams, visions and compulsions, too, are external to us, i.e. they originate outside ego consciousness and assail us from without. Our empirical self is thus always surrounded by the collective unconscious as an island in the ocean. Although our personal psyches are rooted in it, the collective unconscious is always out there. It is the experiential environment we inhabit as individual creatures. Regarding its place in the Western philosophical tradition, Jung's views are broadly consistent with German idealism. His focus on self-reflection as the meaning of life echoes George Hegel's attribution of a central role to self-awareness in universal evolution, as discussed in Hegel's book, The Phenomenology of Mind, 1807. Superscript 1. Concerning its more specific structure and details, Jung's system is well aligned with those of Schopenhauer and yours truly. Readers who notice that Jung's metaphysics, as elucidated in this volume, is incomplete and seemingly inconsistent with certain empirical facts, would do well to peruse both Schopenhauer's work, Schopenhauer and Pain 1969, or my short summary and elucidation thereof, Kastrup 2020, and my own, Kastrup 2014, 2016a, 2019. Many answers can be found in these other volumes, resolving the remaining weaknesses and apparent inconsistencies of Jung's system, and generally complementing it. As a matter of fact, the idealist thought line linking the works of Schopenhauer, 19th century, Jung, 20th century, and myself, 21st century, reflects a consistent development in the Western philosophical tradition, whose origins are to be found yet farther back in time, cross-linking with Eastern schools such as Advaita Vedanta. Each work in this long idealist tradition reinforces, clarifies, and elaborates upon ideas already expressed in other works, together constituting a solid, reliable, robust philosophical platform. The tradition makes clear that metaphysical idealism isn't merely a fashionable, idiosyncratic, or ephemeral point of view, but one that the human mind has discerned again and again throughout history, with uncanny consistency, despite the vulgarity and superficiality of the spirit of the time. Jung's is, of course, the most psychologically sophisticated body of work in the idealist tradition. Its key implication is that the physical world at large is invested with meaning, in a semantic sense, just as our dreams presumably are. Allow me to elaborate on this again, for it is an extremely important point. When we wake up from an intense archetypal dream, such as the muddy monster dream discussed in Chapter 3, we never assume that the dream was exactly what it seemed to be. In other words, we don't wake up thinking that there literally was a muddy monster coming from the ocean and destroying everything on its path. We know instead that the dream was a symbolic expression of the psyche. Therefore, we ask ourselves, what did it mean? Why did I dream what I dreamed? What does the dream say about me, the dreamer? That's why many dreamers and psychologists are interested in dream interpretation, the art and science of unveiling the meaning of dreams, deciphering their underlying message. According to Jung's Metaphysics, the physical world outside, just like intense nightly dreams, is also a psychic expression organized according to archetypal patterns. We inhabit an experiential universe embodying archetypal semantics. As such, waking life is in many ways akin to a dream and thus symbolic, non-literal, amenable to interpretation. Like our nightly dreams, the physical world isn't just what it seems to be. Instead, it is also an expression of underlying mental dynamisms, therefore carrying a message. Life in the world can be interpreted just as our nightly dreams can. Upon lying in bed at night, after a long day, we may ask ourselves the same question we ask upon waking up from a dream: what did this day mean? What is the dream we call physical reality saying about its dreamer? The attempt to answer this question by leveraging our unique ability to reflect is our service to God. The universe is God's dream, and we are here to interpret it. At a time when culture and society are dominated by the simplistic, myopic worldview of metaphysical materialism, with its accompanying existential angst, Jung's work offers us a renewed horizon of meaning and purpose. Life is sacrificial in the noblest sense imaginable, in that we live and die to render an indispensable service to God. What a great honor and opportunity it is to live! Jung's legacy is a treasure with the potential to enrich our lives in unsuspected ways, provided that it is discovered and properly understood. Co-opted as it has been by the mainstream, a necessary evil, it must be perused carefully if its true message and implications are to be discerned. The little volume you've now almost finished reading has been my attempt to facilitate such discovery. In this spirit, I leave you with Jung's words. Nobody can know what the ultimate things are. We must, therefore, take them as we experience them. And if such experience helps to make your life healthier, more beautiful, more complete, and more satisfactory to yourself and to those you love, you may safely say, this was the grace of God. PR 114. Afterword by James Hollis. The modernist revolution, and central to the postmodernist Weltanschauung as well, relocates the center of the personality from the narrow sphere of consciousness to a vast iridescent sea of being in which the ego is such a small, tenuous wafer. Carl Jung was one of the pioneers of this project, which attempts to talk about that which cannot be talked about, understand that which cannot be understood. He dared to address the contents of the unconscious, about which, by definition, we can say so little. Speaking as a Jungian analyst, I have been engaged with Jung's metaphysics for several decades as I, along with so many colleagues, have sought to understand the mazy motions of the unconscious as they spill into the world all around us. If Jung considered life as a kind of interpretable dream, then perhaps working with dreams might allow insights into the nature of our lives and how we conduct them. As an analyst, I cannot see or hear the unconscious until it manifests in some tangible form, somatic complaint, dream image, behavioral pattern, et al. Then I have a chance of working backwards into the realm of the unknown to sense the wounding, the response, the compensatory, and healing gestures which Psyche has arranged. It is abundantly clear to me, and any who track the peregrinations of Psyche, that the Psyche is never silent, never. It is always speaking, but it speaks the language of dream, symptom, intuition, insights, and repeatedly provides apertures into the larger mysteries in which we swim. What I appreciate most about Benardo Kastrup's approach is his recognition that the tools of philosophy can help us approach the depth, the gift of analytic psychology, and appreciate its contributions. The encounter with the psyche is of course phenomenological, experiential, but the artifacts which arise from that experience, the epiphenomenal sequelae, may become available to consciousness and thus to analytic approach. In the midst of his midlife travails, Jung asked himself how he could dialogue with the energies so insurgent within him, and concluded that he had to attend the secondary phenomena, the images which arose from those telluric sources. Attending the images allowed him to hold the position of consciousness, rather than be swept aside by the power of the unconscious. Attending the images, respectfully attending, allowed that energy its autonomy, while offering the gifts of insight and potential reappropriation of energy. If metaphysics is an effort to move beyond the sentient data available to consciousness and speculate on its essence, then one may also ask if such insight intimates the nature of all forms beneath, or behind, the plethora of sensory experience. If, as the ancients speculated in the Smaragdine tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, things above are copies of things below, then it may also be argued that things below are simulacra of things above. While all of this positions Jung in the long stream of idealism, beginning with Plato, Plotinus, Berkeley, and others, it suggests also that his insight is radically new because it brings to startled awareness a post-Kantian perspective that all that we experience is psychological, that is to say, that it is experienced intrapsychically however much it may be autonomously other. Said succinctly, Kant made phenomenology and depth psychology necessary. Similarly, Jung anticipated the discoveries of quantum mechanics in his articulation of synchronicity, the intimation of a formative confluence of outer and inner which transcends the Newtonian world of cause and effect. A causal causality is an insight at least as old as the I Ching, and as new as modern physics, but Jung's bold leap is to affirm that the archetype of meaning is just as much a player in the formation of natural events as is the old causality. While such assertions offend the education most of us received mid-20th century, we need to reposition ourselves into a world far more mysterious than we have ever thought. As the world of cosmology, physics, and depth psychology become more and more mysterious, so we are brought back to the arena in which all these events occur for us, are processed for us, the human psyche. This is not psychologizing, not reducing all things to the psychological. It means that we are obliged to begin to see the world swathed in mystery again. It demands that we reposition the often flated ego to its proper position of humility. We would all understand Jung and depth psychology much better if we could get out of the ego's ploy, understandable as it might be, of converting energies to objects, process to reified concepts, and verbs to nouns. While it is bad grammar to speak of the self-selving, or the archetype archetyping, it is far more accurate in understanding Jung's intuitive grasp that the nature of those energies coursing through us are formative, shaping, and in service to rendering the world ordered in meaningful rather than simply chaotic ways. As an analyst, I work hour by hour trying to decipher the mysteries of dreams, behavioral patterns, somatic images, symptoms, and so on. What I can say, after all these years, is that they all seem in service to some sort of energy system, which is transpersonal and obviously transcendent to ego management. Whether one labels that source God or the self or the soul matters little to us, for either way it summons us to observe, pay attention, respect, and learn what is being taught us. It asks us to consider what is seeking to unfold within and through us, quite outside ego volition and conscious direction. It is not so radical to imagine, then, that what we discern gives us insight into the formative energies that course through all of nature, all of history. Those are the same energies, and the same epiphenomenal manifestations, which have drawn the attention of theologians, metaphysicians, physicists, and all of us to attendance throughout history. Kastrup's decoding of Jung's profound insights adds another layer to our understanding. Rather than see, post-Kant, metaphysics as wistful speculation, one sees that the metaphysis engagement has moved within, where it always was. James Hollis, Ph.D. Washington, D.C. Appendix, The Fall. Jung makes occasional references to the biblical fall of man, the eating of the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge in paradise, as a symbol of the development of consciousness. This seemingly innocent mythical reference evokes seminal events from our prehistory, mysterious events that continue to reverberate today, for they are the primal source not only of our unique cognitive capacities amongst animals, but also of our suffering. I shall elaborate on all this in what follows. An early and relatively extensive passage of Jung's wherein he makes reference to the biblical fall can be found in an essay titled The Stages of Life, MMSS, 97-116. Having defined problems as things that are difficult, questionable, or ambiguous, MMSS, 97, he continues, it is the growth of consciousness which we must thank for the existence of problems. As long as we are still submerged in nature, we are unconscious, and we live in the security of instinct that knows no problems. MMSS, 98. Instinctual animals face no dilemmas or difficult choices. Instead, instinct always provides them with one clear path forward. They don't second-guess themselves, regret past choices, or feel anxiety about future predicaments. By operating purely instinctually, they are one with nature and feel no inner tension. Only we, conscious human beings, do all those things, for we have turned away from the certain guidance of instinct and are handed over to fear. MMSS, 98. Consciousness is what makes us suffer. The development of consciousness is the sacrifice of the merely natural man, of the unconscious, ingenuous being. The biblical fall of man presents the dawn of consciousness as a curse. MMSS, 98-99, emphasis added, this is an extraordinary passage. Jung is saying that attaining consciousness, the fall of man, is a curse, which he later characterizes as our sacrifice to God, to help God develop self-reflection. The unspoken implication is that, insofar as the devil tricked Adam and Eve into taking a bite from the forbidden fruit, it was the devil who sacrificed humans so as to render a service to his father. And since hatching such a plan must have required foresight, a capability unique to consciousness, presumably the devil had already sacrificed himself. Indeed, Jung gives plenty of hints in answer to Job that, in his view, this was the case. Satan, who, with good reason, later on received the name of Lucifer, i.e. bringer of light superscript 1, knew how to make more frequent and better use of omniscience than did his father. AJ 51, Satan, the chief tormentor, as the original tormented, demons as the tough love instigators of self-awareness, which is, in fact, how they are often portrayed in popular culture. If one pays attention, the symbolism of the Genesis story is extremely rich, and Jung knew it. At the time he wrote his essay on the stages of life, however, Jung's ideas about the nature of consciousness were still incomplete and evolving. Taking a cue from the name of the tree that produced the forbidden fruit, the tree of knowledge, he links consciousness to contextual knowledge, i.e. webs of cognitively associated contents, apparently overlooking self-reflection. There are no problems without consciousness. We must therefore put the question in another way. In what way does consciousness arise? When a child recognizes someone or something, when he knows a person or a thing, then we feel that the child has consciousness. That, no doubt, is also why in paradise it was the tree of knowledge which bore such fateful fruit. MMSS, 100. By insisting on knowledge, Jung may be implicitly, even unconsciously, assuming Schopenhauer's definition thereof, with which we know he was acquainted. Indeed, for Schopenhauer, knowledge already entails a degree of self-reflection, a separation between subject and object, cf. Kastrup 2020. It is by reflecting, re-representing, an initial experience on a higher level of cognition that we separate ourselves, as no ing subjects, from our no-en experiences. This is why we say that we have pain, or see an object, or feel love. In other words, we are that on which the pain, the object, and the love are metacognitively reflected. Without this reflection, we would effectively be the pain, the object, and the love. There would be no cognizable difference between the experience and the experiencer. In fact, the Bible itself is already very clear about the nature of the knowledge provided by the fateful tree. There we are told that Adam and Eve, before they ate from the forbidden fruit, were both naked and were not ashamed. Genesis 2:25, superscript 1. So although Adam and Eve were not blind to their own nakedness, presumably they experienced it all the time, their cognition of this nakedness somehow did not trigger the shame it would trigger in most of us, conscious human beings. Adam and Eve did have the experience of being naked, but not quite in the same way you and I would have it. Then the devil, disguised as a serpent, tells Eve, when you eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, your eyes will be opened, Genesis 3:5. Yet Eve's eyes were presumably already open, she wasn't blind. The devil obviously meant something more than just perceptual experience here. I suggest that the fruit of the tree of knowledge conferred a self-reflective mode of cognition on Adam and Eve. Eating from the fruit developed in them not the ability to experience things, which they already had, but to know that they experienced things. It enabled them to recognize themselves as those who experience, i.e., as subjects, as opposed to the experiences themselves. Prior to acquiring this ability, they could already experience nakedness, but they didn't know that they experienced nakedness. Therefore, they felt no shame. From the Bible, so when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate, and she also gave some to her husband, who was with her, and he ate. Then the eyes of both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. Genesis 3:6-7, emphasis added, precisely. Only then did they know that they were naked, in a self-reflective manner, even though they had already, all along, been experiencing their nakedness. The fall was the fall into self-reflection. Psychologists know that self-reflection is associated with our uniquely human ability to think symbolically, i.e., to process the contents of consciousness through the mediation of internal pointers, such as words, so as to tell ourselves in language what we are experiencing, and thereby deliberately plan our actions. Alex Gillespie gives an example. In order to obtain dinner, one must first name one's hunger. This naming, which is a moment of self-reflection, is the first step in beginning to construct, semiotically, a path of action that will lead to dinner. Gillespie 2007, 678, emphasis added, the emergence of symbolic thinking in us humans is the fall. It was precisely what differentiated us from the unconscious, ingenuous being we originally were, guided purely by instinct, and without problems. Remarkably, paleoanthropologists today know that the first modern humans, anatomically indistinguishable from us, did not originally have the capacity for symbolic thinking we now do. In the words of Ian Tattersall, curator of the Hall of Human Origins of the American Museum of Natural History, as far as Homo sapiens is concerned, it appears that body form was one thing, while the symbolic cognitive system that distinguishes us so greatly from all other creatures was entirely another. The two were not acquired at the same time, ! And the earliest anatomical Homo sapiens appear right now to have been cognitively indistinguishable from Neanderthals and other contemporaries. Tattersall 2012, 185-186. So when we fell into self-reflection, we were already physically what we are today. We didn't fall into humanity, we fell as humans. The fall is an actual prehistorical event, even though one shrouded in mystery. Our ancestors made an almost unimaginable transition from a non-symbolic, non-linguistic way of processing and communicating information about the world to the symbolic and linguistic condition we enjoy today. It is a qualitative leap in cognitive state unparalleled in history. Indeed, the only reason we have for believing that such a leap could ever have been made is that it was made. Tattersall 2012, 199. Original emphasis. It boggles the mind how unlikely the fall was, for our novel way of dealing with information was hardly a predictable outcome of any identifiable trend that preceded it. And neither was it simply a threshold effect of acquiring a greater and greater brain volume over vast spans of time. It seems overwhelmingly likely that our cognitive ability was acquired as a byproduct of the hugely ramifying genetic accident that resulted in the appearance of Homo sapiens. The potential it created then lay fallow for a substantial length of time, until its symbolic potential was discovered by its owner. Tattersall 2012, 208-210, emphasis added. Well, synchronicity then? No, really, pause for a moment to allow the significance of the statement quoted above to sink in. Tattersall is telling us here that there was no direct selective pressure to fix our ability to think symbolically, and, therefore, to self-reflect, in our genome. At first, and then for a substantial length of time, it didn't help us survive at all. So we do not actually understand how or why we've come to have it in the first place. The best we can say is that it was all an accident, which for tens of thousands of years was basically useless. The bottom line is, we currently have no natural explanation for our fall into self-reflection. As far as we know, it was an act of God. Or, of course, of the devil, for the Bible tells us that the devil was behind the whole affair. The chief angel of God, who fell first, was set on helping his father develop self-reflective introspection, so he, God, could finally consult his omniscience deliberately, cf. AJ 49. The devil then used us to accomplish his goal. And as a result of falling for such a devilish trap, we were, and are still being, severely punished. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life, thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, and you shall eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your face you shall eat bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken, you are dust, and to dust you shall return. Genesis 3:17, 19, and then the Lord God sent him, Adam, forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from which he was taken. He drove out the man, and at the east of the Garden of Eden he placed the cherubim, and a sword flaming and turning to guard the way to the tree of life. Genesis 3:23, 24. The exile from paradise marked the end of the unconscious human being, living from instinct with no problems, and the beginning of psychological suffering. The fall represents the inception of our lives of sacrifice to God. How can the acquisition of self-reflection lead to so much suffering? The answer is not difficult to see. It is self-reflection that allows us to recognize our own limited condition as mortal creatures, which in turn enables us to create narratives about self and world. We compulsively produce stories about what the past should have been, leading to regret, bitterness, disappointment, anger, and a general inability to let go. We also compulsively produce stories about what the future might yet be, leading to anxiety and fear. Before the fall, we lived solely in the present moment, in unity with nature, like the other animals in paradise. The exile from paradise led to suffering because, from that point on, we began to compare reality to imagined alternative scenarios, alternative realities of our own creation. But who has the power to create realities? God, of course. So when you eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God. Genesis 3:5, emphasis added. Self-reflection allows us to leave the immediacy of the present moment by imagining past and future scenarios, which we then torture ourselves with. We fell when the forbidden fruit gave us the ability to create internal narratives about what should have been and what might yet be. We've become addicted to using these self-manufactured alternatives to struggle against what is. And such futile struggle is what generates all psychological suffering. Yet, it is the same struggle that sharpens our consciousness and enables us to render a service to God. Each problem forces us to greater consciousness, MMSS 99, emphasis added. Each helps us help God. After all, the tree is supposedly the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, Genesis 2:9, not only of evil. Through this knowledge of good, the re-representation of creation on the mirror of self-reflection, we help God become aware of itself. Ours are indeed sacrificial lives, therein residing their profound meaning. Notes: 1. A daemon is not to be conflated with a demon, in the modern meaning of the word. Demons do not necessarily have, though they may have, any bias toward either good or evil. They are prompting or instigating agencies, usually overwhelming, but often morally neutral. 2. Jung's implicit reference point here is our ego, the segment of the psyche, which we identify with. As such, the objective psyche is objective relative to the ego. Relative to itself, however, as I shall discuss shortly, the objective psyche may very well entail a form of subjectivity. 3. We shall later see that this particular analogy is central to Jung's metaphysics. For this reason, I shall henceforth use the terms metaconsciousness and self-reflection interchangeably, in the sense of phenomenally conscious metacognition. 5. Both the Jewish and Islamic traditions incorporate this noble principle. For a discussion, see the online essay The Origins of the Precept Whoever Saves a Life Saves the World, and what they tell us about particularism and universalism in Jewish tradition, published in Mosaic Magazine on October 31, 2016, and available at mosaicmagazine.com, accessed September 22, 2019. 6. The butterfly effect happens when a complex, non-linear system, such as, for instance, the weather, is so sensitive to its initial conditions that tiny perturbations in these conditions can lead to very large differences in outcome. The classical hypothetical example is that of the flapping of a butterfly's wings leading to a tornado weeks later. 7. As we shall soon see, for Jung and Pauli these events weren't accidents at all. They obeyed, instead, another organizing principle different from causality. But because we currently do not recognize such principle, we are forced to attribute all existence, including ourselves, to mere accidents. 8. In an earlier work, Jung talks of the final transformation of the yogins' consciousness into the divine all-consciousness, pr. 82, emphasis added, alluded to in Eastern philosophy and spiritual practices, which touches on the same idea of a unitary universal consciousness underlying all existence. Clearly, Jung had already been well acquainted with this notion for some time before he wrote about synchronicity. 9. Indeed, materialism makes statements about what nature is in and of itself, namely, matter outside and independent of experience, not about how nature behaves. Science, in turn, occupies itself only with the latter question. 10. The central recognition behind the hard problem is that there is nothing about matter, energy, or arrangements thereof in terms of which one could deduce, at least in principle, what it feels like to see red, taste strawberries, have a bellyache, or fall in love. More specifically, nothing we can observe or measure about the arrangement of atoms constituting the brain reveals what it feels like to see red, or to fall in love. The domain of experience, with its qualities, is incommensurable with the domain of physicality, defined by measurable quantities. As such, the psyche cannot be reduced to physicality. 11. Eliminative materialism is the view that some, or even all experiences posited by common sense do not actually exist. In its strongest form, eliminative materialism claims, absurdly, that consciousness doesn't happen. It's a mistaken construct, Graziano 2016. 12. In a crossed-out sentence of a letter to Father White, Jung contrasts what he calls Ideen Realismus, the independent, autonomous reality of ideas, with Ideen Materialismus, the notion that ideas are real only insofar as they are concretized in matter, clearly identifying himself with the former, JWL, 158. Ideen Realismus would today be called objective idealism by philosophers, cf. Chalmers 2018. 13. Jung makes the same point in an earlier work, pr. 12. 14. A rare, subtle but highly suggestive passage wherein Jung hints at the relationship between God and the archetypal God image in the human psyche is this: when I say as a psychologist that God is an archetype, I mean by that the type in the psyche. The word type is, as we know, derived from tau pi omicron, blow or imprint, thus an archetype presupposes an imprinter, pa. 14, emphasis added. The suggestion, of course, is that God is what imprints the archetypal God image in the human psyche, even though Jung rushes to say that psychology, as a science, cannot outright make such an assertion. 15. There are other passages wherein Jung suggests that psychic dynamisms are not comprised in spacetime, cf. e.g. Pa. 105 and 182. 16. The original title of Hegel's book is Phenomenologie des Geists, which is most often translated as the Phenomenology of Spirit. However, I believe the correct translation of the German word Geists in the context of Hegel's argument is mind. 17. According to Jung, light is a symbol of consciousness, cf. e.g. Pa. 186. So the bringer of light is a bringer of consciousness. 18. All Bible quotes in this appendix are taken from the Vatican's website. Bibliography. Locke, N. 1995. On a Confusion about a Function of Consciousness. Behavioral and Brain Sciences, 18, 227-287. Campbell, J. 2008. The Hero with 1,000 Faces. Novato, California, New World Library. Cardina, E. 2018. The Experimental Evidence for Parapsychological Phenomena, a Review. American Psychologist, 73, 663-677. Chalmers, D. 1995. Facing Up to the Problem of Consciousness. Journal of Consciousness Studies, 2, 3 200-219. Chalmers, D. 2018. Idealism and the Mind-Body Problem. In Seeger, W. edition. The Routledge Handbook of Panpsychism. London, UK, Routledge. Clay, C. 2016. Labyrinths, Emma Jung, Her Marriage to Carl, and the Early Years of Psychoanalysis. New York, New York, HarperCollins. Elk, M. Van, Fristen, K., and Beckering, H. 2016. The Experience of Coincidence, an Integrated Psychological and Neurocognitive Perspective. In Landsman, K., and Wolde, E. Van, eds. The Challenge of Chance, The Frontiers Collection. Cham, Switzerland, Springer. Franz, M. L. Vaughan, 1974. Number and Time, Reflections. Leading Toward a Unification of Depth Psychology and Physics. Evanston, Northwestern University Press. Gillespie, A. 2007. The Social Basis of Self-Reflection. In Valsener, J., and Rosa, A. eds. The Cambridge Handbook of Sociocultural Psychology. New York, New York, Cambridge University Press, pages 678-691. Graziano, M. 2016. Consciousness is Not Mysterious. The Atlantic, January 12. Online. Available from http://www.theatlantic.com/science/archive/2016/01/concio/usniscolor-brain/4235222/ accessed August 10, 2019. Gu M. et al., 2009. More Really is Different. Physica D. Nonlinear Phenomena, 238, 9-10 835-839. Juice, E. 2006. The Emergence of Classicality from Quantum Theory. In Clayton, P. and Davies, P. editors. The Reemergence of Emergence, The Emergentist Hypothesis from Science to Religion. Oxford, UK, Oxford University Press. Jung, C.G. Author, Adler, G. and Jaffe, A. editors, 1975. C.G. Jung Letters. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Jung, C.G., 1977. Psychology and Religion. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. Jung, C.G., 1978. Flying Saucers, A Modern Myth of Things Seen in the Skies. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Jung, C.G., 1979. Ion, 2 ed., Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton. University Press. Jung, C.G., 1980. Psychology and Alchemy, 2 edition. London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., 1985. Synchronicity, an acausal connecting principle. London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., 1991. The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious. London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., author, and Jaffe, A., editor, 1995. Memories, Dreams, Reflections. London, UK, Fontana Press. Jung, C.G., Pauli, W., authors, and Meyer, C.A., editor, 2001. Adam and Archetype, The Pauli/Jung Letters, 1932. N.D. 1958, London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., 2001. Dreams. London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., 2001. Modern Man in Search of a Soul. London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., 2001. On the Nature of the Psyche. London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., 2002. Answer to Job. London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., 2002. The Undiscovered Self. London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., White, v. Authors, Lammers, A.C. and Cunningham, A. Editors, 2007. The Jung-White Letters. London, UK, Routledge. Jung, C.G., author, and Shamdasani, S., editor, 2009. The Red Book, Liber Novus. London, UK, W. W. Norton and Company. Kastrup, B. 2011. Rationalist Spirituality, an exploration of the meaning of life and existence informed by logic and science. Winchester, UK, IFF Books. Kastrup, B. 2014. Why Materialism is Baloney, How True Skeptics Know There Is No Death and Fathom Answers to Life, the Universe, and Everything. Winchester, UK, IFF Books. Kastrup, B. 2016a. More Than Allegory, on Religious Myth, Truth and Belief. Winchester, UK, IFF Books. Kastrup, B. 2016b. The Physicalist Worldview as Neurotic Ego Defense Mechanism. Sage Open, doi, 10.1177/21582440166674515. Kastrup, B. 2018. Conflating Abstraction with Empirical Observation, The False Mind-Matter Dichotomy. Constructivist Foundations, 13, 341-361. Kastrup, B. 2019. The Idea of the World, a Multidisciplinary Argument for the Mental Nature of Reality. Winchester, UK, IFF Books. Kastrup, B. 2020. Decoding Schopenhauer's Metaphysics, the Key to Understanding How It Solves the Hard Problem of Consciousness and the Paradoxes of Quantum Mechanics. Winchester, UK, IFF Books. Kingsley, P. 2018. Catafalque, Carl Jung and the End of Humanity. London, UK, Catafalque Press. Lloyd, S. 2006. Programming the Universe, a Quantum Computer Scientist Takes on the Cosmos. New York, New York, Alfred A. Knopf. Russell, B. 2009. Human Knowledge, Its Scope and Limits. London, UK, Routledge Classics. Schlumpf, Y. et al., 2014. Dissociative Part-Dependent Resting State Activity in Dissociative Identity Disorder, a Controlled fMRI Perfusion Study. PLOS 1, 9, doi, 10.1371/journal. Pone.00987995, Schooler, J. 2002. Re-Representing Consciousness, Dissociations Between Experience and Metaconsciousness. Trends in Cognitive Sciences, 6, 8 339-344. Schopenhauer, A. Author, and Pain, E.F. J. Translator. 1969, The World as Will and Representation. New York, New York. Dover Publications Incorporated. Stevens, A. 2001. Jung, A Very Short Introduction. Oxford, UK, Oxford University Press. Strasburger, H., and Waldvogel, B. 2015. Sight and Blindness in the Same Person, Gating in the Visual System. Psych Journal, 4 for 178 to 185. Stubenberg, L. 2018. Neutral Monism. In Zalta, E. edition. The Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Fall 2018 edition. Online. Available from https://plato.stanford.edu/archives/fall2018/entries/neutral monisms /plato.stanford.edu/archives/fall2018/entries/neutral monism, accessed August 3, 2019. Tattersall, I. 2012. Masters of the Planet, The Search for Our Human Origins. New York, New York, Palgrave Macmillan. Taylor, C. 2007. A Secular Age. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press. Suchiya, N. et al., 2015. No Report Paradigms, Extracting the True Neural Correlates of Consciousness. Trends in Cognitive Sciences, 19, 12 757-770. Vandenbrouck, A. et al., 2014. Seeing Without Knowing, Neural Signatures of Perceptual Inference in the Absence of Report. Journal of Cognitive Neuroscience, 26, 5 955-969. Wigner, E. 1960. The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics in the Natural Sciences. Communications on Pure and Applied Mathematics, 13, 1-1-14. Wint, J. M., and Metzinger, T. 2007. The Philosophy of Dreaming and Self-Consciousness, What Happens to the Experiential Subject During the Dream State. In Barrett, D., and McNamara, P., eds. The New Science of Dreaming. Westport, Connecticut, Praeger, pages 193-247. Academic and Specialist. IFF Books publishes nonfiction. It aims to work with authors and titles that augment our understanding of the human condition, society and civilization, and the world, or universe, in which we live. If you have enjoyed this book, why not tell other readers by posting a review on your preferred book site? Recent bestsellers from IFF Books are Why Materialism is Baloney, How True Skeptics Know There Is No Death and Fathom Answers to Life, the Universe, and Everything. Benardo Kastrup, A Hard-Nosed, Logical, and Skeptic Non-Materialist Metaphysics, according to which the body is in mind, not mind in the body. Paperback, 978-1-78279-362-5 ebook, 978-1-78279-361-8. The Fall. Steve Taylor. The Fall discusses human achievement versus the issues of war, patriarchy, and social inequality. Paperback, 978-1-78535-804-3 ebook, 978-1-78535-805-0. Brief Peeks Beyond Critical Essays on Metaphysics, Neuroscience, Free Will, Skepticism, and Culture. Benardo Kastrup. An incisive, original, compelling alternative to current mainstream cultural views and assumptions. Paperback, 978-1-78535-018-4 ebook, 978-1-78535-019-1. Frame Spotting. Changing How You Look at Things Changes How You See Them. Lawrence and Allison Matthews. A punchy, upbeat guide to frame spotting. Spot deceptions and hidden assumptions, swap growth for growing up. See and be free. Paperback, 978-1-78279-689-3 ebook, 978-1-78279-822-4. Is there an afterlife? David Fontana. Is there an afterlife? If so, what is it like? How do Western ideas of the afterlife compare with Eastern? David Fontana presents the historical and contemporary evidence for survival of physical death. Paperback 978-1-90381-690-5. Nothing Matters, a book about nothing. Ronald Green. Thinking about nothing opens the world to everything by illuminating new angles to old problems and stimulating new ways of thinking. Paperback 978-1-84694-707-0. Ebook 978-1-78099-016-3. Panpsychism, the philosophy of the sensuous cosmos. Peter Ells. Are free will and mind chimeras? This book, anti-materialistic but respecting science, answers no. Mind is foundational to all existence. Paperback 978-1-84694-505-2. Ebook 978-1-78099-018-7. Punk Science. Inside the Mind of God. Manjur Samantalat. Many have experienced unexplainable phenomena, God, psychic abilities, extraordinary healing, and angelic encounters. Can cutting-edge science actually explain phenomena previously thought of as paranormal? Paperback 978-1-90504-793-2. The Vagabond Spirit of Poetry. Edward Clarke. Spend time with the wisest poets of the modern age and of the past, and let Edward Clarke remind you of the importance of poetry in our industrialized world. Paperback 978-1-78279-370-0. Ebook 978-1-78279-369-4. Readers of ebooks can buy or view any of these bestsellers by clicking on the live link in the title. Most titles are published in paperback and as an ebook. Paperbacks are available in traditional bookshops. Both print and ebook formats are available online. Find more titles and sign up to our readers newsletter at http://www.johnhuntpublishing.com/nonfiction /www.johnhuntpublishing.com/nonfiction. Follow us on Facebook at https://www.facebook.com/jhpnonfictions /www.facebook.com/jhpnonfiction and Twitter at https://twitter.com/jhpnonfiction.